Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second hearing of Portfolio Committee Number 1, Premier and Finance, for the additional round of the inquiry into budget estimates 2024-2025. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Jeremy Buckingham and I'm the chair of the committee. I welcome again Minister Cotsis and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of industrial relations, work health and safety. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. To all the witnesses, welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. I would also like to remind most other witnesses that you do not need to be sworn, as you have been sworn at an earlier hearing before this committee during this inquiry. Ms Rizzo and Dr Casey, you will need to be sworn in. Could you please come forward? There's a hot seat. Where is the hot seat? It's over there, so that's going to be the hot seat we're operating with during the day. So if I could get you to come forward, and that is Dr Casey. If you could please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation, please.
Good morning, Patrina Casey. I'm the Executive Director of Strategic and Corporate Services, SafeWork New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms Rizzo.
Good morning. I'm Marina Rizzo, Executive Director, Industrial Relations, Premier's Department. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Ms Rizzo. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm with a 15-minute break. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45am, 12:45pm and 5:15pm. Just to note that if there are witnesses in the overflow seating area, I would like to remind you that if you that you have to come forward to the hot seat there to answer questions. This assists Hansard ensuring the correct witnesses is identified in the hearing transcript. We'll now begin with questions from the crossbench. Mr Latham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
10 minutes, and then
you.
We'll go to 10 minutes from the Greens.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister, and the officials present today. Minister, you've said publicly that SafeWork is a toothless tiger. What's gone wrong with SafeWork, a very important institution in our workplaces, and what are you doing to give it some teeth?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Latham, for that very important question. And if I can provide some context, particularly over the last 12 years under the former government, SafeWork was entangled in a better regulation unit. Now, every government has the right to make decisions based on the commitments they take to an election, and also for their own purposes. They'll consider a whole range of options. I think for the Labor government, and we put forward a number of election commitments with respect to safety at work, whether it was banning silica, banning engineered stone, but with respect to SafeWork, if you do recall, there was Justice McDougall was brought in by the former government after a relentless campaign by the Treasurer, the now Treasurer, with respect to iCare. Justice McDougall, former Justice McDougall, put forward a number of recommendations with respect to iCare. One of those recommendations was about reviewing Safe Work New South Wales. Unfortunately, that had not been undertaken by the former government. However, right at the end of their term, after a campaign by injured workers and workers throughout the state, there was former Justice McDougall was commissioned by the former Minister Dominello, who commissioned this review. We were elected in government, and Mr McDougall provided us with 46 recommendations, a number of those which we are implementing. And it's very important to note that there is currently a bill before the House about having safe work, establishing safe work as a standalone, a tough cop on the beat, and that bill is currently in the lower house. What we want to ensure is that it has come out. I haven't just sat on my hands. Over the last year and a half, we've moved Safe Work New South Wales out of the Better Regulation Unit, and it has sat under the Department of Customer Service. And now what we're trying to do is establish it as a standalone, and also have a Safe Work Commissioner and an Expert Advisory Council. And also through the restructure that we have done, and I'm sure that Mr Curtin will be able to advise you about some of the internal work that we have done in being front-facing, in making sure that we have value for money for the taxpayers and of course those who pay their premiums, in having more inspectors on the ground, and making sure that where we're getting requests for service, we're out there. I mean, there's a whole process to this, but I'm looking forward to the day, and hopefully you'll be able to support our bill as well, to have this standalone executive agency that's going to be a tough cop on the beat, and making sure that employers, industry, workers, we're all working together for one purpose, and that's keeping workers safe at work, but also they're coming home safely to their families.
Thanks, Minister. I've got no doubt your intentions are very fine indeed, but moving it to a different bureaucracy and having a commissioner might not necessarily change the cultural deficiency at Safe Work. I had a bad experience with them with the asbestos problem at Castle Hill High School, and I saw the documents and had the feedback showing. I think the culture of Safe Work, and talking to other MPs over the past 6 years, there's agreement about this, that they've got zero belief in accountability, and it seems if a matter's too hard, it's easier for Safe Work not to pursue it. So what are you going to do to change culture so it lives up to your promise of being a tough cop on the beat?
Look, Mr Latham, I, like you, formed that criticism. I was the Shadow Minister for 2 years, and I held that portfolio. And unfortunately, the former government had a different view with respect to safety at work. I'm not saying that their commitment to keeping workers safe was not altruistic, but in terms of the way they believed that having one regulation unit and shoving all the regulatory bodies in one unit was going to fulfil their statutory obligations. We have, and I can pass on to Mr Curtin, and he can provide you the work that's currently been done over the last 18 months in terms of culture, in terms of the structures, and there has been, particularly with the two reviews that have been undertaken, Justice McDougall's and also the Audit Office, which I had written to in opposition. So I'd written to in opposition, asking them to conduct an investigation into Safe Work. Because like you and like many others and like injured workers, we were very concerned, and I'd sit at estimates time and time again with respect to the questions that they were answering with respect to a number of matters. And I can put forward, and Mrs Casanidi has talked about this a lot, but she was one where she was very critical of Safe Work at the time. But if I can hand over to Mr Curtin...
Well, perhaps Mr Curtin could take that on notice, or we could deal with it this afternoon, because,
so,
Minister, your time is valuable to us as well as yourself. And moving to your time as Minister and responsibilities now, Minister, have you read this report, Out in the Open, Changing the Culture of Nine Entertainment, published in October last year, which is a scarifying condemnation of workplace safety and mental health issues in the Nine Entertainment group?
Mr. Latham, no, I haven't seen that report.
You haven't? Are you aware that there are 3,000 New South Wales employees of the Nine Entertainment group? And have you seen any coverage or been briefed about the contents of this very damning report on workplace safety?
I am aware that there are, I haven't seen that report, but I am aware that there have been concerns with respect to employees of that company. I am certainly aware of those, yes.
And Mr. Curtin, have you read this report?
I've not read the report, but I have read a summary of it.
Right. Will you undertake to read the report in full? I've been asked by a number of people inside this organisation to bring the workplace safety and mental health issues to the attention of the Parliament, which I'm doing today. And Minister, there's a summary of the extent of the problem on page 8 of the report, where it lists the various divisions. The two worst ones, as you expect, are broadcast or TV and radio. In radio, 2 out of every 3 employees say they've experienced or witnessed an abuse of power or authority. Half of them say they've experienced bullying, discrimination or harassment, so that's basically in our state 2GB. And in the television unit, 62% of broadcast employees have experienced or witnessed abuse of power, and nearly 60% have experienced bullying, discrimination or harassment. It's hard to imagine a more toxic workplace culture than this, and toxic outcomes for employees. So will Safe Work now undertake to read the report, that's a good start, and investigate what's gone wrong at Channel 9 for the sake of the 3,000 employees?
Mr. Latham, whilst I've read a summary of the report, I can assure you that we have taken action in relation to Nine Entertainment. As you might know, Safe Work New South Wales has the Respect at Work team, which is focused on improving sexual harassment in workplaces in New South Wales. When concerns were raised with us in relation to 2GB, and when concerns were raised with Safe Work New South Wales in relation to that report, I initiated a request for service to have our inspectors attend Nine Entertainment. As part of those inspections, they were able to observe concerns in relation to workplace behaviour in Nine Entertainment. As part of those inspection processes, they set up a meeting with the board of Nine Entertainment, and I went with our inspectors and met with the board of Nine Entertainment, and we had a discussion about the concerns there. They've made a very strong commitment to resolve the concerns that are in that report, and they've got some work to do to achieve that. Safe Work New South Wales inspectors issued notices, improvement notices, to enforce work health and safety laws in relation to those concerns. Those notices are still in the process of being complied with.
Right, and has Safe Work accessed the background or confidential material that's been the subject of staff complaint, that the perpetrators have not been identified to other staff, and there's a fear that nothing's ever going to happen to them? So there's a wad of material there from the background documents from the report. Has Safe Work accessed those to find out in detail and confidentially what has actually gone on?
Yes, Safe Work inspectors accessed a range of documents and also spoke with members of staff, so that they undertake regular inspections as part of these processes and speak confidentially with staff so that they can raise their concerns.
Right.
That process was undertaken as part of this, and there's a lot of work being done at Nine at the moment to improve their approach to work health and safety. I know that they've brought in additional resources and they're taking the recommendations in that report very seriously. We'll be monitoring their progress and making sure that they comply with that laws.
Thank you, Mr. Curtin. Ms. Boyd, you've got 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to you, Minister and officials. Can we start with what I thought was quite unfortunate comments by the Premier at the beginning of last week in relation to flagging changes to workers' compensation that was made at a business event. Do you agree with the comments of the Premier at that event, particularly the very stigma, there's a bit of a stigma vibe to his comments. So not only did he say that young people were particularly responsible for a jump in psychological injury claims, but also he said, quote, "I'm not saying that doesn't happen in workplaces, I'm sure it does, but there has been an exponential growth, particularly young people claiming this payout," which makes it sound very much like it's a people sort of having a go as opposed to a very serious issue of psychosocial injury in our workplaces. What do you think about what the Premier said?
I think that the Premier is absolutely right with respect to looking at this particular issue, and I think that, yes, he was at an important business chamber event, and government is always going to be, you're always going to have advocates, whether it's from business or injured workers, particularly in the workers' compensation system, who raise serious issues and for government to consider very important matters. And I think with respect to this particular matter, as you know, Miss Boyd, that there has been an increase in psychological claims. The growth in psychological claims has increased exponentially. And if I can take you to the findings of the Safe Work Australia 2024 report, respondents aged 15 to 24 and 25 to 34 were most likely to report having very high or high levels of psychological distress. In People at Work survey, psychological distress was lower than average in the 45 to 54 and 55 to 64 age groups.
Can I just clarify, that's just a survey though, that's not the actual claims into iCare?
This is a survey, but just to put it into context, the Premier, myself, Treasurer, we care very much about young people at work. We very much care about young people being safe at work. And as Mr. Curtin has stated, is that we have the Respect at Work task, the Respect at Work unit in Safe Work, and we have, that was established by the former government, and I acknowledge them for establishing that, knowing that there were issues with respect to the rise in issues affecting young people and particular cohorts in the workplace.
Those comments from the Premier were that young people were particularly responsible for a huge jump in the number of psychological injury claims. But when you look at the iCare report from last year, for instance, that isn't made out. There's a lot of discussion about it being increasingly driven by exposure to trauma, occupational violence and assaults, particularly in the emergency services sector. There's also reference later on in the data to the numbers of over 50s who are now claiming within the system. It's simply not correct to say that the pressures on iCare are due to a rise in claims from young people in relation to psychological injury.
Well, the Premier was talking about a specific matter at a business summit, and it is in context. So young people do make up a cohort where we have seen the growth in psychological claims, and there are other workers as well, whether it's women that work in community sector work, but it's in the context. I think that's one extract that you've taken out from the St George Leader.
Yeah.
But if I can take you back to the data that I have.
Okay, sorry, just to clarify, this is a survey, not. I'm talking about claims on iCare.
Yeah, there's a report. There's the findings of the Safe Work Australia report, and I've got iCare claims data. The proportion of psychological claims made by people under 40. In 2020, there were 1,713 claims reported. The 35% of total psych claims made by workers under 40, 35% back then. In 2024, 3,268. There's 40%. And then the increase since 2020 has been 90%. So there has been
under 40s.
There has been an increase.
I think we have a different idea of what's a young person.
There has been an increase. Well,
can we just come to the issue though, that we have the Premier making a long-awaited announcement in relation to changes to workers' compensation at a business summit, where he says, quote, "The New South Wales Parliament will be looking to make changes in the months ahead, and we're looking for the business community for support." When does a Labor government choose to get support from business before even talking about a reform with workers?
Ms Boyd, we've been talking about reforming workers' compensation since the former government made changes to workers' compensation. And the Premier is very committed to making sure that injured workers are at the centre of care, making sure that we have a sustainable workers' compensation system. And it is the absolute responsibility of our government and any government to review these schemes.
And I appreciate that.
Now,
that's why we've all been waiting for it. But why haven't
you've been on the Law and
consulting
Justice?
with
You've
the
been on the
workers?
Law and Justice
Order.
Committee.
The Minister is answering, so please give her the opportunity to answer, Ms Boyd.
Now, you're a member, aren't you, of the Law and Justice Committee? You are. So you've heard extensive evidence over many years about the challenges that people face, particularly those who are on psychological claims. So you've heard that evidence. The Law and Justice Committee put forward a number of recommendations, which the government is considering, has put forward a response to those recommendations.
With respect,
But-
though, Minister, you're telling me things I already know. We've been waiting for this reform for some time because of what's gone on in the past.
Right.
We have been waiting and waiting. We're told that no
So
one's
what
been
you're
consulted.
offended because the Premier of the state
Has
is
said that he's already got these reforms in place. They're coming. Can we have business
the
support?
Premier's
but
been
nobody.
talking about this for the Premier talks about this. He talks about this a lot.
Which
He
unions
cares-
have been consulted on these changes?
Unions raise issues with us all
Right,
the
so
time.
they've not been consulted on these changes.
Unions raise with us. There are unions throughout throughout the last 2 years that we've been in government, and previous,
Yeah.
that there are concerns about people in the workplace
Yeah.
who are bullied and harassed, intimidated, where we have seen the rise in sexual harassment. Unions have been raising this with us for a very, very long
These
time.
specific changes
And-
that the Treasurer has confirmed he's been doing modelling on, and the Premier has now announced and tried to get business support for.
The Premier's
why
been
have they
talking
not been
about
consulted?
the
Sorry, let me
government-
finish my question. Why have they not? Why have you not consulted with the unions or the workers before going out to business?
We speak to unions about a whole range of issues all the time. We speak to our workforce, we speak to the employees in the public service all the time about a range of issues. I established the whole of government return to work, where we had public sector unions and public sector agencies working together, so we are able to look at.
That's why we're so
there are
surprised that
there
there's
are
no
three and a
consultation on
half.
this.
Do you want to
Order.
hear what we've done?
Point of order.
A point of order has been taken. Mr Donnelly on a point of order.
I'm loath to interrupt the flow of questions back and forth, but the member has to allow the Minister to answer the question.
Yes, I uphold the point of order. Please don't interrupt. The Minister's giving an answer. It's directly relevant to the question. Please allow her the opportunity to conclude her answer before you ask another question,
Miss Boyd, any changes to any bills or I consult to the nth degree, as people would know in this place.
Normally.
And
Here.
with respect to any
Point of order.
any
Point of order.
Mr Donnelly on a point of
It's-
order.
It's very rude to cut in with statements like.
All right, to the point of order.
No, I haven't finished my point of order yet.
The point of order needs to be
No, no.
made to the chair,
Yeah,
not to
yeah,
me, Mr.
yeah,
Donnelly.
yeah.
You're being
Yes, Mr. Donnelly,
aggressive
if
and
you
rude.
direct-
Don't be so
to the
offended.
chair.
Don't be so offended. You're the one that cut in with the sarcastic comments to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Donnelly. Thank you, Mr Donnelly. All our comments should be directed to me
Speaking of respect at work.
through the chair. So let's maintain decorum and respect for each other. Not interject when the witness is giving an answer. Minister,
one of the most, and can I finish this? Yeah.
you certainly can.
And I'm sure you'll ask me further questions, and you'll be one of the greatest achievements of this government is the whole of government return to work, which will form part of point and end-to-end, point-to-point work with respect to people in the New South Wales Public Service. Every single day, we have over 3,500 excellent public servants in New South Wales that are on workers' compensation. They have capacity to work, and because of some because of a disconnection with agencies across the board. What we have done is we have brought a centralised process that will be run out of Mr Draper's agency, and where we will be looking across agencies, so we're able to place workers who have capacity to work. I'll have more to say about that, but that is something that we worked very closely with public sector unions and the agencies, and we worked right across about the issues that you've raised, Ms Boyd.
Thank you, Minister. The opposition.
Thank you.
Mr Tudor-Hope.
Thanks. Thank you, Minister. Thank you for being here. You made some observations in relation to the privatisation of Parklea Correctional Centre. You said that's a decision which has been a long time coming, and that you welcome Parklea going back into public hands. A long time, of course, is 15 years, isn't it? 15 years ago it was privatised, wasn't
Mr
it?
Tudor-Hope, as the Premier said yesterday at his press conference, that was a decision that was made by the former Labor government.
Correct.
And sometimes we get things wrong.
Good.
And he said that. If you
At the
heard
time,
his
of course, it was against Labor Party policy, was it not?
what the Labor Party platform.
Platform, yep.
Right.
Is that true?
Point of order's been taken. Mr Lawrence on a point of order.
Just struggling to see how something that occurred 15 years ago and its compliance with Labor Party policy is relevant to the portfolio that we're examining today and the budget that we're examining today.
Well, I have some sympathy with the point of order. It's early on in the, in the series of questions, and I think Mr Tudor-Hope is building some context. So I'm not going to uphold the point of order, but if he could make it more,
would you agree?
Would be helpful.
Would you agree with me that at the time then it was a bad decision?
Mr Tudor-Hope, I'm not.
Mr Lawrence on a point of order.
I think that it's now clear that he's not heading to a more relevant place, and that he's in fact arrived at a place that is totally outside of the terms of reference that we're looking at.
To the point of order,
Mr Rath on the
this
point
is
of
a
order.
highly topical issue. It's been in the media. There's been commentary already made by the Premier
by this Minister
and the Minister on this issue, and the position that has changed from 15 years ago today. It's an incredible line item in the budget, and I think it's highly relevant to this committee to ask questions about it. The previous position informs the current position, and I think that it's well and truly within the scope of budget estimates.
Yes, I won't uphold the point of order. I do think it's within the scope, and it's very early on in what was likely to be a series of questions, and Mr Tudor-Hope is building some context, so I'll allow the question. Mr Tudor-Hope, if
was
you
it
want
a
to
bad
repeat the
decision?
question,
Was it a bad decision at the time, Minister?
Mr Tudor-Hope, the government made an announcement yesterday about bringing in Parklea Correctional Centre.
At the time, was it a bad decision?
Mr Tudor-Hope, you're talking about a decision that was made by a previous government, and your government, when you were in government, you made, not only did you sold $90 billion worth of assets, you sold energy companies, you sold desal, you sold...
Minister, was it a bad decision at the time? Was my question.
The Premier, at his press conference, made a statement yesterday, and I refer you to that statement.
And who was the Minister at the time, do you recall?
Mr Tudor-Hope, the government has made a very important announcement.
No, at the time that the original decision was made, who was the Minister?
Point of order.
I don't know how.
Yeah, point of order's been taken. Mr Lawrence on a point of order.
I'm not in any way seeking to cavil with the earlier ruling, but in terms of descending into what is essentially sort of a trivia question about the past, I fail to see the relevance of it.
Yeah, it's hard to see.
I will come to why it's relevant.
Well, Mr Tudor-Hope, in all honesty, you must know who the Minister at the time was. So
would you agree with me that John Robertson was the Minister at the time?
If that's who you say it was, I mean,
And it was a decision which was contrary to the Labor Party platform at the time?
Mr Tudor-Hope, the government has made a very important decision,
I'm asking you at the time,
we
Minister.
have brought in Parklea Correctional Centre, and it is a very good decision. It's a very welcome decision,
can I take
and
you
it's
back
an
to my
excellent
question,
decision.
Minister? Can I take you back to my question?
I don't know how that is relevant.
I'm asking the questions. Do you agree with me that it was contrary to the Labor Party platform at the time?
The 2009 Labor Party platform.
Yes,
What-
in relation to the privatisation of a correctional institution.
There's a platform on a whole range of essential services.
Do you know or
that
not know whether it was contrary to the Labor Party platform at the time?
The Labor Party platform has a number of.
Do you know or not know whether it was contrary to the Labor Party platform at
There
the
are
time?
On a point of order, Chair.
Mr Latham on a point of order.
It's one of the funny, frustrating things about estimates in that the questions are not hard to answer, and you should urge the Minister just to answer them.
No,
It
but
was
I
a bad
don't-
decision because it's been reversed. The Minister doesn't know what's in the 2009 platform. Take it on notice, and we can move on and save time.
To the point of order, Chair,
Miss-
the Minister
Mr.
can't get an answer out because she's been continually interrupted by the person asking the question, so.
Well, the Minister
Further to the
is...
point of order, if I might.
Yes,
I
Mr
wonder
Lawrence.
if the Minister might be provided with the relevant parts of it, if there's going to be this sort of sustained questioning on it. It's a pretty unfair question. And again, it's a descent into trivia in my suggestion.
Well,
because-
it isn't a very difficult question to answer, but the Minister is entitled to answer.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to state that-
I'll just rule. So I won't uphold the points of order, but I'd encourage the Minister to be more relevant to the question, and so we can move through
just answer.
what is
I'm happy
likely
to-
just a series of questions.
I'm happy to state that under this Premier and under our government, we do not support privatisation. It's very simple. It's very, very simple. We do not support privatisation. And what we have done is we've brought in Junee, we've brought in Parklea Correctional Centre.
Minister,
That's
can
a
I-
good thing.
can-
That's a
I hate
welcome
to
thing.
interrupt you,
Or,
Minister.
no,
Don't.
the Minister...
This is
Order.
not answering the question.
But I've
Well-
just said that our government
Being directed
does
out
not
of it.
support privatisation. You ripped out some of the
At
best
the
assets
time, Minister,
of this
at the
state
time.
has seen energy companies, desal, land and titles. I mean,
Minister,
you wanted
at
to
the time, was
privatise
that
5
against the Labor
hospitals.
Party
Look
platform?
at what you've done with Northern Beaches. I mean, you've
At the
got a
time,
gall.
Minister, at the time, was it against Labor Party platform?
There have been the Labor Party platform for a number of essential services have stated, and people have stated at conferences, about being against privatisation.
Who was Mr Robertson's Chief of Staff at the time that the decision to privatise it was made?
Point of order.
A point of
we
order has
go.
been taken.
My goodness
Mr Lawrence
me.
on a
I'm
point of
guessing
order.
So
Chris
there
Mick.
seems to be a suggestion that
Estimates
who was
bingo
Mr
says
Robertson's
Chris Mick.
Chief of Staff back at this
In
point
15
in the
years
early
ago.
2000s, whenever it was, is somehow relevant to the task before us. And I would just
That's how you've
fundamentally
seen a lot.
disagree with that. How could a staff member position
Thank you,
all those
coaching
years
me.
ago be relevant? It's just not
I'm not exactly sure. So I would ask Mr. I'm disinclined to uphold the point of order at this stage because I don't know what I don't know. But Mr. Tudor, if you could ask some questions that were maybe more relevant to the estimates inquiry and weren't based in something that was many decades ago.
Well,
The answer's Chris Mintz. Let's move on.
Mr.
Chris Mintz was the
Tudor-Hope,
Chief of Staff at the
Mr.
time, wasn't he?
Tudor-Hope, Mr. Tudor-Hope, governments of every persuasion make decisions, and that government made a decision. The government made a decision. Our
Not
government
the Chief of
has
Staff.
made a very important decision because it didn't work. Having correctional centres outside of the public service doesn't work. And if you listen to what Acting Commissioner said yesterday, with respect to you've got courts, police that are part of our public service, and correctives need to be part of our public service.
Thank you, Minister. Did you recall that at the time on the Administrative Committee of the Labor Party in relation to reviewing that decision, Anna Minns also took a role
Point
to
of-
confirm the
Point
decision?
of order.
Look,
Order.
that's
Come on.
Mr.
Order,
Chair.
order,
that
point of
goes
order's been
beyond
taken.
this. This
Order.
goes
Order.
beyond.
It's
Absolutely
All right,
beyond.
Minister, I understand.
It's-
Well,
it's-
point of order's been taken.
It's really the same point.
Yeah.
No,
But
we-
except it's another step removed now. Apparently the wife of the Premier having served on
Yeah.
admin committee.
That's
It's
out,
just
that
a-
is seriously
order.
outrageous.
Yeah, order.
Seriously
order. I hold
outrageous.
the order, Minister. It is up to me to
Well,
decide
needs to
what happens
apologise.
here.
To the point of order,
Order. To the point of order, Mr. Donald.
I think it's taking it to a new low to be drawing in individuals who are associated with. I mean, it's one thing to go after, so to speak, a politician. It's another thing to go after a family member.
Yeah.
Yes,
And
I'll uphold the law. I don't see how it's directly relevant to the inquiry into budget estimates this year. And I know, while I acknowledge that for Mr. Tudor-Hope, it might be good theatre for him to ask a whole range of questions he already knows the answer to. It's not actually, I think, benefiting us and the good conduct of this inquiry and this hearing. So if you could ask some questions that he doesn't know the answer to, that would be very helpful.
I'll come to a lot that she doesn't know the answer to. Thank you.
No, you. That's what I said.
In relation to the decision taken by the Fair Work Commission on the 20th of February this year, when a cooling off period was granted by the Fair Work Commission in relation to negotiations with the RTBU,
Yeah.
have any negotiations taken place since that time, that date?
Mr. Tudor-Hope, and you probably, out of a lot of your former colleagues, know, I mean, you went through this process yourself. You were in and out of the rail bargaining throughout the 18 months of duration under the former government. And at the moment, we are in conciliation, and I'm not going to provide a running commentary. I don't want to prejudice this matter. We
I'm
need
just
to
asking, are negotiations continuing?
As you know, the full bench of the Fair Work Commission made its decision with respect to an order of a cooling off period under Section 425. And that decision, I'm sure you've read the decision, provided for parties to go to conciliation. That was last Friday. And so the process is ongoing. So the process is...
Have you taken part in any of those conciliation meetings?
Well, the minister doesn't turn up to.
Have you been involved in any of in providing instructions in respect of the manner in which the government is participating in those conciliation meetings?
Have you read the Fair Work Act with respect to the responsibility and the
provided any
statutory obligation of the Industrial Relations Minister in New South Wales? Have you read that?
I'm
We
asking
are
you questions.
You're actually you're insulting me now. You really are. You really are insulting me. There are provisions in the Fair Work Act with respect to the responsibility of the State Industrial Relations Minister. And if you're saying to me, have I issued instructions, as the government has stated in the public arena, that we will consider all our options, whether they're legal or otherwise, and we all have a role to play. Now,
Minister,
I don't understand
you may misunderstand my question. My question is in relation to the negotiations which are currently on foot. Let me put it to you another way. At the time of that action under Section 425 which was being taken, the union seemed to indicate that there were only two or so matters which were outstanding to be determined. Do you recall that was their position?
The union puts forward their position, but...
Do you recall that was their position, that there were only two matters? And I think they were the pay dispute, the $4,500 payment and the safety clause were the two issues which they identified as being in dispute.
Right, but...
Is that true?
Mr. Tudor-Hope, at the moment, the parties are in conciliation, and there's a whole process. There's been a whole lot of there's a whole process, as you know, with respect to when you're negotiating with the rail unions. There are a number of unions, there are a number of parties, and the rail agencies and those rail unions are party to the enterprise agreement. We also operate under a different system than other public sector workers in New South Wales. You know that.
The Premier seemed to indicate that there were many more than two issues which were outstanding between the government and the union. Do you know what issues the government says are outstanding between the union and the government?
There are matters that are currently before the Fair Work Commission through the conciliation process.
What issues are they?
Well, They are before the Fair Work
What
Commission.
issues are they, Minister?
Mr. Tudor-Hope, they are before the Fair Work they are before the Fair Work Commission.
Minister,
and
you're the
both
Industrial
government-
Relations Minister.
Oh,
Do you know?
here we go.
Do you know what the issues are that are currently outstanding between the government and the RTBU which need to be resolved?
Mr. Tudor-Hope.
Do you know?
Mr. Tudor-Hope, look, I'm not going to be lectured by you on industrial relations and matters before the Fair Work Commission. There was a conciliation meeting. There was a conciliation process before the Fair Work on Friday, and as you know very well, that there are matters that will be ventilated. There are processes that are undertaken. That you have a range of unions involved in this process, independent bargaining agents and the rail unions. Now, the government has very much put forward their position.
What
it's
issues
in the
are
public
outstanding?
arena, in fact.
What issues
and
are
it was
outstanding?
put to Mr. Tudor-Hope. It's been put out there. We are now in conciliation. And I don't know what you're trying. I
Well, I'm asking you,
don't know.
Mr.
No, I really don't know what you're trying to get at.
Do you know what issues are outstanding? So there's a general interest, and this is something that the Chair has indicated. It's an interest I have in knowing whether you know what the issues are that are outstanding.
The issues have been well ventilated out there in the media.
So
with
what is
respect
it
to
that remains
pay
to be
and some
determined?
of those conditions. And those matters will be ventilated and will go through a process in the Commission, which is where they should be. And whatever I say, and I'm very, very careful without prejudicing the proceedings, and so we all know that the government has made it very clear with respect to this 4,500.
Do you know what issues
Chair,
are outstanding?
I'm going to take a point of order
It's the third time
here.
I've asked you this.
I'm going to take a point of order.
Yeah, Mr.
The
Rowe.
Minister is continually interrupted while she is answering and being directly relevant to the question that is being asked. Under paragraph 19 of the Procedural Fairness Resolution, witnesses are to be treated with courtesy.
To the
I
point of order.
ask her to
To
be
the point
allowed
of
to
order.
answer.
Mr. Tudor-Hope.
Perhaps the Minister can be just get directed to answer my question rather than another question. It is a simple matter that I've asked her to tell me whether she knows what issues are outstanding.
Well, to that point of order.
I can rule on the point of order. Look, the minister is treading it appears to me is treading a fine line by not wanting to, as she says, prejudice these matters, and so she's entitled to answer or not answer in the way that she sees fit. Now you are entitled to continue to ask her that question, but to do so in a respectful way.
Absolutely
So-
respectful. Minister, do you know what issues still need to be resolved between the government and the union, or Transport for New South Wales,
Yeah, Mr.
and the union to reach a resolution of this long-standing dispute?
Mr. Tudor-Hope, we all want to see that this dispute be resolved. Absolutely we do. Commuters want certainty and stability. Businesses want certainty and stability. We need to make sure that we're doing everything we can to ensure that this dispute is resolved. However, there will be points of differences in these matters, and those points of differences with respect to, as the government has stated, with respect to that 4,500.
Is that the only issue?
There will be other matters. There were matters that were put forward at the conciliation on Friday.
What were they?
But as you know, I can't disclose that. The conciliation is where parties come in and have without prejudice discussions with the Fair Work Commissioner in front of Commissioner Matheson. And I don't think that anything that I say will be very helpful in terms of those proceedings. What we're urging all the parties, the agencies and the rail unions, is to work together in the interest of commuters and small businesses, and in particular we want to make sure that the 13,000 rail workers are provided with good pay and conditions under a multi-year agreement, and and as you know, they come under a different system, We have to respect that system, and I'm being very
Minister,
respectful.
I'm very tight. I know that's a long answer, and I thank you for it. But can I just move on to another question? The protected industrial action, you sought an injunction in the federal court. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You recall?
We got an interim.
It was a failed application. Do you recall that? The government failed in its application?
Yes, that's right. We weren't successful.
Yeah. How much did those proceedings cost?
I don't have a response for you. I'm happy to take that on notice. Yeah, we had the interim orders. Yeah. So just back to your with respect to the federal court, we were successful in getting the interim.
And in the final application, it was dismissed. You got an interim order, but the final order was dismissed.
Right. And so what are you seeking? You're seeking the costs.
In relation to the protected industrial action.
So we'll take that on notice.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Latham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Minister, given its importance, do you undertake now, and also Mr. Curtin, to read in full this report out in the open, changing the culture at Nine Entertainment?
Sorry, Mr. Latham. Yeah, no, absolutely. So, just to take you back to your point about Channel 9, I take those issues very seriously. Yes, as I said to you earlier, I am concerned. Obviously, these are operational matters, and they're with our Safe Work New South Wales team, and Mr. Curtin has provided you with that information. I absolutely take that very seriously, and I do undertake here, and to you and to the 3,000 employees, absolutely, that I will definitely have a look at this. We also, as I said, we have the Respect at Work task force that has been going out. We've got a number of inspectors and a team that takes these issues with respect to harassment, sexual harassment at work very, very seriously. So we have a dedicated team, and we have been doing quite a bit of work over the summer period with respect to hospitality, the hospitality industry. But as Mr. Curtin has said, that we will definitely undertake to look at that.
Had you been briefed, Minister, by Safe Work about the fact that it's put inspectors in to talk to the board and employees in response to this report?
I am aware, Mr. Latham, that I have to be very careful with respect to live investigations.
No, I'm just asking, had you received a briefing
I have
about
been,
Safe Work's action so far?
I have been aware, but as I said, I have to be very careful in terms of live investigations.
No, I'm not asking you for detail about the live investigation. I'm asking, had you been briefed prior to today on the information that Mr. Curtin gave the committee?
Not over the last period, but I have
since
been made...
October when the report came out.
No, I have been
I'll take that as a no.
been made aware.
Minister, isn't this a problem? I thank Mr. Curtin for the information he gave us, but in terms of giving Safe Work teeth and making them a tough cop on the beat, don't they need to move faster and harder in these instances? And part of that is public transparency. There's two things. That Safe Work has a history of taking forever to deal with matters and then nothing happens. And the second one is on its website, why doesn't it have a heading current investigations to put pressure on organisations to know they're being looked at, to give some comfort to the staff who've been abused and to pressure a change in culture?
Look, Mr. Latham, as you're aware, we are currently going through a restructuring process, and that bill with respect to standalone agency hasn't passed the Parliament. So, but we have been doing a lot of work in making sure that through this restructure we increase the number of inspectors and we get people out on the ground. With respect to being accountable on the website, absolutely. But also I'm very mindful though of the legal responsibilities that we have in making particular things put out there, and so I'll refer to Mr. Curtin with respect to the legal obligations that
Mr.
we have
Latham.
in putting forward investigations on the website. And I understand you want to sort of alive, where are we up to? I get that. So we are looking at that. That came through with the Audit Office and Mr. McDougall's report as well. But it's how we do this.
The transparency is not great when you hadn't been briefed, Minister, and if I hadn't have asked the question, nobody would have known that this action was taken. So the best disinfectant is sunlight and obviously transparency.
No, I have been made aware, and I'm sorry, I have been made aware that there are, just to take you back, I'm not going to be, there are certain investigations that are undertaken that let the process, let that work be undertaken. And there are certain investigations that I'll be made aware of, but because of where they are, whether they're in court or whether further investigation has to happen, but that work is currently being undertaken by Safe Work New South Wales. So,
I don't know what that means exactly, but Mr. Curtin?
In relation to the report, as I said to you before, I've read a summary of that report, but very importantly, and for anyone interested, to have a read of the conditions that some of the workers have shared and some of the concerns that they've raised in that report is really heartbreaking. And we know that 1 in 3 workers have been exposed to sexual harassment in Australian workplaces, and it's a really important piece of work for us to do at Safe Work New South Wales to ensure compliance with work health and safety laws. But there's a lot more to be done in our community around domestic violence and around bullying and harassment and sexual harassment in the workplace, and we call on everyone to be engaged in that conversation and to help us with that. So I'll commit to you, Mr. Latham, that I'll read that report in full because it's important to understand.
After 5 months, what's Safe Work doing at Nine Entertainment?
So at Nine Entertainment, we undertook inspection activities. That was a result of media concerns that were raised. That's the first time it came to our attention. I initiated a request for service for the team to go in and undertake compliance activities. As part of that, as I indicated before, I met with the board of Nine Entertainment to make sure that they were clearly aware of their role and responsibilities in resolving these issues. They've got a number of recommendations in the report that go to some of the foundational elements of what needs to be done to ensure compliance with work health and safety laws. They've complied with the Section 155 notices, which are notices to obtain information so that our inspector could undertake a review of what systems they've got in place. There's 2 improvement notices in place at the moment. One is for consultation mechanisms, which are due to be complied on the 14th of March. And there's a second notice in regards to inadequate systems of work in relation to controls for risks, where reporters are heading out to do news and current affairs in the field, and that's also due to be complied on the 14th of March. More broadly, in terms of our Respect at Work concerns, we encourage anyone who's having concerns about sexual harassment or bullying in the workplace, where it's a work health and safety issue, to raise those concerns with Safe Work, and they can do that anonymously on our website using our Speak Up app. These are very serious and tricky matters for us to progress, and we do it with great diligence. We've had 291 since the 1st of January 2023 to the 31st of December 2024. We've had 291 requests for service for work health and safety concerns in relation to respect at work and sexual harassment in the workplace. We've done 3 advisory visits.
But I'm just asking about Nine Entertainment. Do you agree, Mr. Curtin, that it would be helpful to have a current investigations update on your website for 2 purposes: to give comfort to the victims of these processes that something's happening, and secondly, to add pressure to change culture, because the Minister wasn't aware of all that detail. No one was, without compromising any investigation. Can't you provide an update? Because the pressure and transparency certainly helps to put these people on notice that they need to change culture.
Yeah, so the board and the executives of Nine are well aware of their responsibilities due to the inspection compliance activities we've undertaken.
But the staff, you know, these are prominent people. They're not fools. Dimity Clancy, Deb Knight, Tom Steinford, Amelia Adams. It's reported that Dimity Clancy was incensed by the company's lack of action and complained that many Nine staffers had poured their souls out for hours during 2-hour interviews with investigators, complaining about specific people, only for the network bullies to be given a free pass. Can you guarantee the staff that the free pass will be withdrawn and anyone who's broken the law will actually be prosecuted?
Our role is in relation to work health and safety compliance. There's some deeper work to be done at Nine through the recommendations in the report. I recommend that they invest all of the resources needed and the time and energy to change culture at 9. Where staff have particular concerns about breaches of the work health and safety law, I encourage them to contact Safe Work directly on 13 10 50 and report that through so that we can make sure we can come and investigate those concerns.
But haven't you looked at the report and the background material to it identifying the perpetrators who potentially have broken the law? Shouldn't that have been done 5 months after the publication of the report?
We have undertaken inspections into 9. We've spoken with staff and we're working with 9.
Have you looked at the background
Entertainment.
document identifying the perpetrators and what they've done? Because many of these people are still working in radio and TV. I know at one level there's political pressure or instinct to leave them alone for obvious reasons, but if they're endangering work health and safety, it's your responsibility. So have you identified the perpetrators that have been outed in this particular report in the background information?
We've been working with 9 Entertainment to make sure that they've got the systems in place for independent report, independent investigation, cultural building, making sure they've got the right capability in their people and culture team and the right systems in place to protect those workers.
And what's the method that Safe Work normally uses to help an organisation change culture, particularly when this report gives detail, very disturbing detail, about a culture of cover-up? That because these broadcasters on air are very valuable commercial commodities to the company, the instinct's been to put them on a pedestal, which has sort of encouraged the pig-like behaviour in the workplace, then protect them, because to hurt them hurts the company's profitability. So how do you change that and break that culture of cover-up?
9 Entertainment are well aware of the concerns that their staff have been raising with them. They've undertaken this review and they've committed to the recommendations in the review.
Well, what's the Safe Work technique for breaking a culture of cover-up?
Safe Work technique is to
Just tell them to do it, or have you got some other recommendations that you impose?
We make sure that they comply with the laws by undertaking inspections, undertaking interviews, issuing notices to make sure they can send us documentation to demonstrate they've got the appropriate systems in place. If they haven't got the right systems in place, we issue notices to make sure they comply with our laws.
Thank you, Mr. Curtin. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, can we talk about Snowy 2.0 and the hugely concerning events that have been occurring there, particularly in the last week and a half? The exploding ventilation fan. People were very lucky that there were no deaths. This contractor is a known offender, and I would say it's abundantly clear that they're sort of failing to provide a safe working environment. There's been a number of concerning incidents. Can you tell me sort of how many safety concerns have been raised at Snowy 2.0 and what the regulatory response has been?
Yeah. Thanks, Ms. Boyd. And I know that that you really that you're very interested in this matter and you care very much about this matter. Now, as we all know, that this project has been operating for I think over 6 or 7 years. There are there are hundreds and hundreds of workers who are down there, and one of the concerns that's been raised with me over the last 18 months or so is about a whole range of safety issues. So from amenity to maintenance to the way workers are working. There are a number of unions that represent workers down there. One of the main unions, the Australian Workers Union, and I've been working closely with them and the other unions, AMWU. There's official others from CFMEU, ETU. But with respect to the AWU, I've had several meetings with them, with their organiser and with their delegates, and with our safe work inspectors as well, who are down there, who are down there quite often, and so I have been made aware of these issues over the last 18 months, and I have been following this through, but over the last probably about 3 or 4 weeks ago, we had a meeting with Mr. Curtin, AWU, HSR's organiser, and they took me through some of the very serious matters that they were concerned about. Now, these matters are raised through a process, as you know, that these matters, HSRs raise these matters with the management. Management have to deal with these issues. There has been frustration between the HSRs who just want to get on with the work, get on with the job, making sure that the safety issues that they're raising are being fixed. That's where the frustration is, that the safety matters are taking longer to be fixed or haven't been fixed or are delayed for all sorts of reasons. So from that meeting that we had a few weeks ago, there was a commitment on my part that we will put the resources required to work, urge the company, and I know that Mr. Curtin's got more details because Mr. Curtin was down there actually last week, and it is, can I say, it is a miracle, but thanks to the workforce down there, that we haven't had anyone die, as and I'm quoting a number of the union officials down there. This company has to take their work health and safety responsibilities very, very seriously, and we are going to go hard. And I am sick and tired of this company ignoring the prohibition notice, the improvement notices, and so I know that Mr. Curtin has written to them and also has spoken to them, and we're putting forward a committee to ensure that this company, so not the Snowy, put the Snowy Hydro aside, the actual company that's doing the work are the ones that are not following our work health and safety processes.
So in terms of, I guess, how many notified instances and how many pins and things?
Too many.
Clearly too many. Has
Too
the
many.
site been shut down now? That's
Mr.
what I read
Curtin.
last week. That it's been, is it shut down, and I guess until when?
So, in relation to the incident with the ventilation fan, SafeWork inspectors identified that there were serious concerns about the maintenance of those fans and the operation of the fans. So, on their inspection of the fan that had disintegrated, it had a catastrophic failure, and some of the metal had flown more than 30 metres from the fan, which was a potential serious injury or death that could have happened as a result of that. They also observed other fans that were in a state of disrepair and formed the view that it wasn't safe for those types of ventilation fans to continue to be in use at the site. They issued 6 prohibition notices against the fans at the site, and I understand as a result of those prohibition notices that some of the works at the site has been stopped.
How many safety officer positions are at that site?
I understand that they employ somewhere around 22 health and safety.
And how many are filled at the moment?
Verbally, I've been informed that 11 of those were filled.
Yeah, so how long, do you know how long it's been since they had a full complement of those safety officers?
No, I don't know.
Are they breaching rules or regulations for having not filled those positions and only having half of what they're supposed to have?
Not necessarily in that respect, but we do have serious concerns about health and safety at the site.
Okay, I might come back to that this afternoon. But in the meantime, Minister, we are talking about ventilation fans, and as you know, I've spent a long time, as has a number of other members of this committee and the law and whatever it's called, the Justice, thank you, committee, talking about the air quality in tunnels. And, you know, we know that SafeWork's been aware for at least 7 years of thousands of workers being exposed to unacceptable levels of silica dust in these tunnels. I guess when do we sort of finally take action against stop it from happening in the first place against these contractors who are clearly not capable of maintaining a safe workplace when it comes to tunnelling?
So, 2 points. So, the Snowy Hydro, we'll provide you more information. So, Mr. Curtin will provide you more information this afternoon, and I put that joint venture on notice. They have to comply with their notices. They have to get their maintenance logs up to speed, up to standard. They need to take seriously what the HSRs say on the ground, and they need to immediately rectify some of the issues the work health and safety issues that have been brought to their attention, but we will not hesitate to take them on and go full ball, because I am very, very concerned the issues that have been raised with me, and so Mr. Curtin will provide that further information to you this afternoon.
Thank you.
With respect to the matters that you've raised about tunnelling, I mean, tunnelling is an important. It's important in terms of progress, city's progress, and but also important for our productive economy. Productivity. It's very important that tunnelling it changes people's lives. Small tunnels, bridges, etc. My concern about this, and it's been brought to our attention again through the work of the Law and Justice Committee and workers, health experts who've raised these issues about the air monitoring process, the exceedances, and we brought in a regulation last year with respect to exceedances, but also in terms of getting that information out there and the transparency. And I agree with you 100%. That's why I've set up an expert task force. I don't want it to be just any, just a sit there talk fest. It's about having people on there that I've invited, people like Dr. Yates, who'll be on the task force, a number of agencies, a number of unions, medical experts. So let's bring the smartest people in the room. Yep. We already have the data. So the data we've got the data. We've got the tunnelling code hasn't been updated since 2006. Jeez. Now that's bad. We're in government at the time, coalition. We're in government now. Let's look at this. But everything is there. We just need to connect it, and we need to coordinate. Because my concern is that you've got young workers in those tunnels. We need to make sure air monitoring is done properly. We need to make sure that there's transparency about exceedances, but we also have to make sure that those workers are screened and that we know exactly where they're at in terms of their health, and we need to make sure that we follow through.
So that task force, which I did see was announced today, that looks like a really positive step forward. I guess when is it going to start operating? How many people are in it? What's the I guess the path for them actually getting in there and holding companies to account?
I just, as soon as possible. So we've sent out the letters. We've invited the experts. Have a meeting as soon as possible, and I don't want this to be, a long process. Let's get a plan and let's execute this plan and get this done. It's already there. We've banned engineered stone. We support the federal government's ban on the import ban, but also the work that we're doing. We've established a silica register. We've got a $2.5 million task force, a unit of inspectors who are out there in workplaces with respect to looking at these issues. But we want to connect it all. So I want the Dust Diseases Board. I want this task force, Safe Work, to work together with the relevant unions to make sure that we get this right. And at the end of the day, it's about making sure that workers are safe at work, but making sure that we know where their health, we know where they are with respect to their health.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The Opposition.
Thank you.
Mr. Tudor.
Just returning to the action in the federal court. That action, you may or may not recall, Minister, was predicated to seek an injunction against the taking of protected industrial action, and it was based on the single interest employer authorisations for Sydney Trains and New South Wales Trains Link, and that was the basis of the application, was it not?
Mr. Tudor, I'm not sure what you're trying to relitigate here. I'm
just
asking.
I'm
happy to refer you to Mr. Draper.
Mr. Draper?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Tudor. That was part of the cause of action. There was that there was an argument, and it was certainly a strongly arguable case that the creation of the authorisation
created a new entity.
Meant that the existing PARBOs were no longer valid.
Yeah. So, Minister, were you briefed in relation to that, and did you take that decision?
Mr. Tudor, I've been involved in lots of meetings. I've been briefed. I've been involved in this process, so I'm not sure what you're getting at.
Well, I'm just asking, were you briefed in relation to the impact of the single interest employer authorisation, which had been negotiated and approved by the Fair Work Commission created a new entity, and in those circumstances the protected industrial action was invalid. That was the substance of the application. Did you authorise the commencement of proceedings in the federal court based on that material?
Mr. Tudorhope, governments are presented with a series of options, and so governments make decisions on these options. Now, I'm not sure what you're trying to relitigate here. We are currently trying to resolve a dispute between the rail agencies. I'm not the Minister for Transport, and with respect to those matters, you can ask those questions to that minister as well. But with respect to...
You're the Industrial Relations Minister.
Yes, I know that very well, and it is one of the greatest privileges of my life to be the Industrial Relations Minister in a Labor government, in a Minns Labor government. And we have done so many things in making people's working lives better in this state, and I'm very proud of that work. I'm not going to relitigate. We're in the Fair Work Commission, we're in conciliation, and I don't want to prejudice any of the proceedings at the moment. I mean, I'm happy to refer to Mr. Draper if you've got anything further to add to that. But
only to say that the dealings on the single interest employer authorisation and the application to the federal court were both matters for the rail agencies, not for the minister. The minister made applications and interventions in other cases, but those ones weren't. Well,
except that the Premier's memorandum requires the minister, does it not, to authorise the bringing of the action. Do you know this?
The Premier's memorandum requires the minister to be involved and provide advice in relation to those things, but not to authorise the action when it's made by the rail agency.
Well, were you advised in relation to it, Minister?
I have been very much involved and very much briefed and very much in meetings, and as you're aware, that I have put forward lodged a number of applications with respect to this matter, and you're fully aware of that.
I think that's fine. Minister, what's the CRU's application to include light rail under the same single interest employer authorisation? What's the current status of that?
Did you want to...
There's applications there. I understand there haven't been any substantive hearings on that matter. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. What's the acronym, sorry, the CRU?
The Combined Rail Union.
Combined.
Minister, is the government supporting that application?
With respect to?
The single interest employer authorisation for light rail to be bought under Sydney Trains and New South Wales Translink.
Right, so I'm not sure what you're...
This is an application under the Fair Work Act to bring light rail under the same single interest.
That's live at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a live matter. But Ms Dobbins might correct me, but the government hasn't made any submissions in support of that application.
Well, can you in principle, does the government support it?
To be clear, what do they support, Mr. Tudorhope?
Bringing the light rail under a single interest employer authorisation with Sydney Trains and New South Wales Translink. Taken on notice of...
Ms Dobbins has just clarified. The government hasn't been asked to make any submissions one way or the other on that matter.
Can I ask you about the 471 notices, Minister? Do you understand what occurred in relation to the 471 notices, that they were issued to employees advising them that if they took protected industrial action they would not be paid for that day? Do you recall that?
That the rail agencies took out, yeah.
Were you consulted before they issued those notices?
the 471s about if you don't work, you don't get paid.
No, if you engage in protected industrial action, you will not be paid.
So since when did you become the trumpeter for the workers? I mean, you're the
Minister,
government.
Minister, this is
You are the government that
you.
brought in the wages cap, and you had no bargaining process. You had no framework. There is
Minister,
no
do you understand that
credibility.
this rail union has got no relevance to the rail cap, to the wages cap? Do you understand that?
I very much understand, but
Good.
you're the government. You're the government.
Can I just
You're
ask
in
you again?
government.
Can I just ask you again? Did you authorise the issuing of the 471 notice by New South Wales Trains and
I'm
Sydney
very much
Trains?
aware. The rail agencies are the ones that.
Did
they're,
you
They're
authorise?
the agency. They're the agency.
Well, it was at your position that if unions take protected industrial action, they should not be paid. Is that your position?
Mr. Tudorhope, the Premier, the government, has made that view very, very well known.
So you support the Premier?
Very well known.
Do you support the Premier's view that if unions take protected industrial action, they should not be paid for that day? Absolutely?
With the Premier.
Absolutely?
With the Premier.
Absolutely.
With the Premier.
So the whole day, if they take protected industrial action, they should not be paid for that day?
This was ventilated in, and you would have read this in the decision. You would have read this in the decision with respect to the 425. We are the government, and we have made decisions, and the Premier has outlined, and the Transport Minister, with respect to this matter, to the 471. Now, if people are not performing their duties, it's like the nurses and midwives. It's like any other union that takes industrial action. They don't get paid for it.
Well,
And I understand the principles of protected industrial action and the reasoning of protected industrial action, but in the Fair Work system, I understand that process and the principles, and that is the right of working people, and that is the one thing that working people have in terms of withdrawing their labour. And I understand that in terms of the framework of bargaining. But this is a government decision. So we're in the process now where we're in conciliation. We want to see this dispute resolved, and we want to see commuters having stability and
all of
certainty.
which I agree with, Minister, but do you accept that protected industrial action may not necessarily involve withdrawing a day's labour?
The Fair Work Commission will issue their, when unions put in their application for protected industrial action in
Yes.
terms of certain bans, they'll do what they have to do.
So
But
do you agree? Do you agree with the proposition?
I'm not going to. There's an application. There's an application by the rail unions, and I'll correct myself if I'm wrong. Whether it's the CRU or just one of the unions, currently with respect to the 471 and to the payments. So I'm not going to get into tick for tack. I'm not going to do that. I don't want to prejudice any live proceedings at the moment.
Good.
But I absolutely support what the Premier has said.
Well, there is a difference, is there not, between withdrawing your labour for the day and not turning up for work for the day, and a protected industrial action, which, for example, may mean that you took an extra break at a particular time to do something, and you might have a 20-minute break for a meeting or whatever. There is a difference, is there not? Withdrawing your labour for a day and 20 minutes.
But this has been ventilated in the public arena, and there is not one size fits all.
Correct.
There is not one size fits all. And when you're running a massive operation, as you know, in rail like that every role matters, and every job all the jobs matter. But in this instance, there is a highly sophisticated operation here, and I understand that people absolutely have a right to take industrial action and where their
But a
work
go
bands
slow
have,
is not the same as a strike, is it?
I don't know what you're getting at. If they're not performing their duties, we've made it very clear. Now there is an application.
It was protected industrial action, Minister.
There's an application that's currently in the commission, and I'm not going to add anything further that's going to prejudice the case.
Should a worker not be paid simply by not wearing their appropriate uniform?
Oh God, are you seriously? I've read some of the stuff, the anti-union stuff that you talk about. You know,
That's not
like
the question,
really,
Minister.
Seriously,
That's not the question.
Seriously, listen, mate. Look.
Minister,
just answer the question.
I'm just a humble hospitality worker who happens to hold this office, and this is one of the greatest privileges of my life. That representing working people, and I have seen, the difference it makes in terms of representing working people, particularly in hospitality, and for some of the things that you've said that are anti-union, I mean...
Well, thank you for the advertisement, Minister, but that wasn't my question.
Yeah, Minister,
the question was about, should a worker be paid simply for not wearing their appropriate uniform?
Sorry, Mr. Rath, it was a question, should they not be paid?
Should they be paid or not paid
if
they don't wear their appropriate uniform?
But in what context? Have you got an example to give?
Well, that was one of the PIAs. That's a protected industrial action on this day.
Right, about wearing badges.
Yes.
We haven't said anything
Badges,
about wearing
T-shirts,
badges.
uniforms.
So have you got a circumstance what they're
You
not,
issued a 471 notice.
they're
that
not
if
getting paid
workers,
because they're wearing a they're wearing their
if
RTBU
workers engaged
uniform,
in protected industrial action, they would not be paid.
But I don't understand wearing a badge or putting up a notice on the notice board is not withdrawing labour. I'm not sure if you're not performing the duty, but I understand that one of the PIAs is wearing badges. They're campaign
Correct.
badges. So are you saying that
The 471 notice covered
But are you
that.
saying that someone told them that they can't wear their union badge? Is that what you're getting at? Where people are not performing their duty, we've made it very clear, right? And it doesn't matter what I think. The Fair Work Commission allows for partial work bans and the docking of pay if an employer decides there's operational matter for the trains. But I don't understand what you're
Well, because the Premier said that any protected industrial action would ensure that the workers wouldn't be paid if they engage in that.
Right.
If they don't wear their uniform, which is a type of protected industrial action, will that worker, that rail worker, be paid or not paid?
So I haven't seen that comment in terms of the uniforms. But if you've got an instance where when you're saying they're rail uniforms, their work uniform, they haven't been wearing their work uniforms.
Which is a type of PIA.
I'm happy to look. I'll take that on notice. But with respect to the matter that you raised earlier, Mr. Tudorhope, Mr. Rath, that drivers were driving the train slow, and that was the main reason for the 471. Now, and also in terms of the whole litigation process, that'll be put before the Fair Work Commission. And again, I'm not going to prejudice these matters that are before the Fair Work.
Okay, perhaps we'll move on to something else, Minister. Have you played any role in fixing the bargaining parameters for the Nurses and Midwives Award to include a maximum of 9.5% over 3 years?
I've been part of that process, but as you know, Mr. Tudorhope, that we removed the wages cap, we set up a new bargaining framework, the health agency, and you had Mr. Parklea here last week. I respect the incredible work that the nurses and midwives do. I think that they and under your
Can tell you-
government,
I can tell you I'm
they
one of
got
their
a
biggest
0%
advocates,
during
Minister.
COVID. They got 0% during COVID. In our first year, in 2023, not only the nurses and midwives, but across the public service, there was a 4% pay rise. And at the moment, as you know, that they did receive an interim 3% until this matter is resolved in the Industrial Relations Commission. They're in arbitration later this year.
1st of April. Minister, the offer has now been reduced to 9%, has it not?
The offer to the nurses.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where you got that information from.
So, am I wrong?
There was an offer that was put to all public sector
Has it been
workers.
reduced to 9%?
Can I just...
Now, the offer, as I understand it, was always, there was a 10.5%, it was actually a 10.5%
10.5%.
offer, comprising 2.5% in superannuation, and also included
Yeah,
a 0.5% for
Structure.
0.5% for signing on in a timely manner. That hasn't happened in
So
the
the
nurses' case.
0.5% has been withdrawn?
It hasn't been withdrawn. The offer is exactly the same as it was originally made.
So is it 9% at the moment?
Well, it's just as I described it just now.
Well, excluding superannuation, is the offer 9%?
Well, the matter's going to arbitration, Mr. Tudor. It's going to be settled there.
Well, in relation to the fire employees and bus union I'll call them the fireys.
Haven't they made you a member yet?
They
They've
just-
certainly provided you with a set of T-shirts.
Yeah, they have.
And questions.
It was reduced by 5% in relation to their case, was it not? By 0.5%.
Well, Mr. Tudor-Hope, again, as you know, that the FBU and Fire and Rescue have been in hearings, as you know, and further hearings will commence in a couple of weeks during this month, and the case is running. So I don't want to. I'm certainly not going to put forward anything here because, as you know, there was a week of hearings in the
Have you
Industrial
increased the
Relations
offer at all?
Committee. Mr. Tudor-Hope, they're currently in arbitration. They are currently in arbitration, and the parties are currently in arbitration.
Is there any position from the government that they will increase their offer?
Mr. Tudor-Hope, the government is trying to resolve this dispute with the FBU. We have enormous respect for our firefighters.
Can I come back to the nurses?
And
can I just come back to the nurses? Prior to the election, was it your understanding that safe staffing ratios would replace an application for a pay rise? Was that your understanding?
Mr. Tudor-Hope, the Labor opposition at the time took to the election a very comprehensive industrial relations policy. Now, as you know, that the public sector unions, public sector workers have been campaigning for the removal of the wages cap for a very long time, a new bargaining framework, and the re-establishment of the Industrial Relations Court, which we have done. Now, and as the government has said, as the Premier said, Health Minister have said, with respect to the nurses, that because of the suppression of wages at the time, now we've talked about this, you and I have talked about this for every estimates. However, the former government had a policy, a wages suppression policy.
So have you.
No, you had you had a legislated wages suppression policy, and unfortunately, a number of the workforce have sought for our government to bring forward their wages, the 12 years of suppression. Now, the Premier has made it very clear we can't do that at this point in time, and that's why we're seeking for a multi-year agreement. We're in the Commission, we have respect for the Commission,
But there's a wages.
we have respect for the nurses and midwives, and we'll be awaiting the decision of the Commission.
I could go on, but I think you probably...
Well, there's 30 seconds left, so maybe one question from the crossbench and I'll allocate it to the opposition next time.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, are you aware, again coming to Nine Entertainment, and specifically one of their TV shows, that the New South Wales Police are investigating a man on the program Married at First Sight for toxic and violent behaviour, and if the police are doing that, and given that this program's deteriorated badly over the years, and a number of contestants always say they've got mental health problems for being part of it, particularly given the pattern now of shaming and denigrating men and exploiting women on the program, what's Safe Work doing about it?
I think that to the issues that you've raised, of course I'm very concerned about those, and absolutely we want people to work in safe workplaces, but I'm happy to take that particular matter, and Trent, you'll have a look at that matter that you've raised.
Isn't this a chance for Safe Work to have the teeth and tough cop on
This is what we're doing, Mr. Latham. This is what we're doing.
Is it? Are you doing it though, Mr. Curtin?
Well, I mean, we've been
I'm
in
raising
government.
these things.
We've
I'm
been in
not
government.
seeing
Look,
any action.
as we keep saying, you know, we can't change these cultures overnight, but we are certainly doing every single thing. And you know, every single day that I'm in this role, and I'm very proud to hold this role, is that it's about ensuring that we have safe workplaces. And whether it's through regulation, through legislation, we will be tough. We have been able to get more inspectors to go out there. We will be more open and transparent with respect to the Safe Work standalone agency. So,
right. Well, if the police are investigating,
Order. Thank you very much for that, Minister. The time being 10:46, the time for crossbench and opposition questions has expired. I don't believe there's questions from the government.
No, we're banking ours.
You're banking yours. Good to hear, Mr. Donnelly. So in the absence of some questions from the government, we will have a recess and reconvene at 11:15 a.m. According to my watch, we will recommence the hearings and turn to questions from Mr. Latham.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, would you agree that under the former government, safe work took far too long to undertake investigations, and generally in the business community and in the workplace, its reputation wasn't strong enough for organisations to think to themselves, well, if safe work's involved, it's serious things could happen here, and put them on notice that safety and workplace health arrangements can never be compromised?
Mr. Latham, I just wanted to, there's 3 points that I want to make to the question you've asked me. The first one is I'd like to acknowledge all our safe work staff, particularly our inspectors who've been doing really important work, and I want to acknowledge all of our safe work staff. They do important work. We are increasing the number of inspectors through a restructure process that has been undertaken under my watch, and Mr. Curtin will be able to provide you with additional information. With respect to the former government and the way it viewed safe work, I recall even under Mr. Greiner, Mr. Fay, previous Liberal governments, that safe work had a very different standing. It was a independent, standalone, and it did have that gravitas, that stature, and where it did work across, particularly the issues of safety were very different to the issues that we're confronting today. So, of course, construction was one of the main areas of their involvement. Look, these issues have been ventilated when I was in opposition, but also the 2 reports that have been put out, the Audit Office report and the McDougall report. But the Audit Office report is quite scathing in terms of a whole range of issues and the way things were done at the time. Though we are implementing those recommendations, we are doing a lot of work to improve not only the reputation, the standing, but I can say to you hand on heart that speaking to a number of inspectors and officials within Safe Work, having spent some time with them on the road or at different work sites, and I'm going to do a little bit more of that this year, is that they value the work that they do. They're purpose driven, and they really care about what happens to workers on whether it's on sites or whether it's workers in community sector. Probably about a year ago, Safe Work was undertaking a blitz with respect to the community sector, around particularly the sort of psychosocial aspect, harassment, bullying and intimidation. And so this is a kind of a new sector over the recent times. And so we are adapting, Safe Work are adapting to those changes in the workplace. One of the other things that I have instructed is that Safe Work, having the benefit is that you have the Premier and a government that now has a work health and safety portfolio and a minister and a minister. That I have both the agencies, iCare and Safe Work. So what I've asked for right from day dot is 2 years ago when I was sworn in, is that they work together in sharing data, sharing information. So where we have, and what I call is the repeat offenders, the cowboys who do the wrong thing, continuously do the wrong thing, is we need to make sure that Safe Work and iCare are working together, sharing that information, so we can not treat these cowboys the same as we treat the employers that do the right thing. In terms of what you're saying, did the opposition, I just don't think they really understood the role of Safe Work and its importance, not only in keeping people safe, but also in terms of productivity, having good, healthy, productive workplaces. And, you know, I think that they
Well,
I mean, we had to come in and clean their mess.
Yeah, well, in terms of your own reform program, can I see commitments from you on three fronts? One, will investigations be at a faster pace and more intense? I saw at Castle Hill a deliberate attempt to slow down the pace of the investigation. What should have taken 3 months took 3 years. So will they be sped up?
Again, we will follow the recommendations of those two reports, and I can commit to you and to the committee that, of course, we will use our resources in the best way possible. I hear what you're saying about accountability and having a progress update. I'll take that. I'll take advice on that, because with these live investigations, you don't want to be in a situation where you're prejudicing cases that are being prepared to go to court. But in terms of what you're saying, yes, absolutely.
And secondly,
yes,
will you ensure that Safe Work has a stronger reputation among the business community and in workplaces for being fearless, and perhaps saying that they're being feared is the wrong word, but certainly an apprehension in the business community that if Safe Work is involved, there's serious things happening here and there could be a very serious outcome, so that businesses on notice give much stronger attention to workplace health and safety?
I think I've been engaging with the business community and their representatives over the last couple of years, and even prior to our election, about the importance of safety in the workplace and the benefits that it has for workplaces. As part of the bill that is in the House, we will establish an expert advisory council that will have a number of business representatives as well as union and other experts, families of those who've died. So we will have an advisory council that will advise not only the Safe Work Commissioner but myself, and they will also be held accountable by, of course, by the Parliament through myself, but also the Law and Justice Committee.
Right, but you're going to put the teeth back into them, that's what I'm saying. Because you said
absolutely,
they're toothless.
yeah. We want to...
It's a very heavy criticism to say this important agency is a toothless tiger. So we're putting the teeth back into them under the new Commissioner?
I want to acknowledge the work that has been done by Mr Curtin, Mr Head, all our officials in Safe Work, and we are turning this around. You can't do all of this overnight. I mean, as you know, we've just with going back to the issue around the businesses. I mean, when we came in, I introduced a number of changes with respect to businesses who were basically using that they were insuring against fines and penalties that were issued to them by Safe Work. These are the loopholes that we have closed, and so I will be very fair to one of the former ministers in the coalition who did start doing this work. It was Mr Anderson. It was brought to him by Mrs Casanidi with respect to closing this loophole, and then we actually fixed. There was some work done. We actually fixed it, and we have increased penalties. We are making those changes, but you saw with the Qantas prosecution, Safe Work did take that on, but even back then I did have my views with respect to we need to, of course, Safe Work need to pursue further prosecutions. I mean, the Qantas one, that took about 4 years.
Yeah, too long.
So that's right. So
my third one was transparency and accountability, but I think you've addressed that previously. And will you ensure that Safe Work has powers and processes in place to deal with companies that have a very entrenched culture of cover-up, which is the issue at Nine Entertainment, back in the day at 2GB, now with Channel 9, Ray Hadley put a young guy called Richard Palmer into the mental home and was suspended by the station manager. He appealed to John Singleton, who restored Hadley, and then sacked the station manager. And people at 2GB are worried, notwithstanding this detailed report, that's the sort of thing that's going to continue to happen in the future.
What I can guarantee, what I can guarantee in executing my commission, and that is ensuring that we have a very strong safety regulator, that we change the culture, that we work together with unions and business and industry and families of those who've been injured or deceased, but also be more proactive, not reactive, be more proactive, and that's what I'd like to see. The Safe Work know my views. I've had very strong views with respect to safety in the workplace, but I can I can guarantee you that we will do everything we can to ensure that we have.
Thank you. And I only mention those names because there was a court case that sets all the facts out. So
Thank
it's
you,
all on the
Mr.
public
Lane.
record.
Thank you,
Chair.
Minister. You've got another chance in a couple of moments. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, in 2023 in August, when the iCare board bill was passed, I was given an assurance that you would establish an injured workers advisory panel on the iCare governance structure. I understand that's not yet happened. Can you give us an update?
I do recall, and I did make a commitment that we would establish that committee. As you know, that we have made a number of changes to iCare, and we've just recently put a bill through the Parliament with respect to ensuring that we have more accountability, but also that we make sure that we have the Treasury Secretary on the board. What we've also been doing is we established the injured worker roundtables that we have held with iCare, Safe Work, CIRA, which you know is the regulator, and with the families of injured workers and those who've been deceased.
And I think the roundtable's great, but in relation, so I'll just take you back to the question and the debate that we had in 2023 on that bill. I said not as a one-off consultational roundtable, but as a standing consultative body. And then the Parliamentary Secretary, in response, said, suggestion made by Ms Abigail Boyd that there be a standing consultative committee to deal with any ongoing issues and to provide real consultative input. I've spoken to the Minister, and we're happy to implement that suggestion.
Yeah, no, I take that. I take that on board, and yes. Through all the changes that we've been making, and as you are aware, I asked for Treasury to also conduct an operational expenditure review of iCare, and we've seen a number of savings. So there were processes internally that we needed to make change. As you know, we do have the Nominal Insurer Advisory Council. We do have a number of committees that come under the different schemes. With respect to your request, look, happy for our acting CEO to provide you with additional information about that. What I found, what I found from the roundtables, I think they are valuable. I think they're very important in terms of having the agencies, the decision makers, the regulator in the one room. I think also, and one of the important matters that iCare and the other agencies looked after is people's mental health, because having to recount their situations again and again in these type of forums, even though they're small groups, it is quite traumatic, and so I've taken some lessons from these roundtables. And but I'm happy for Mr. Farquharson to provide.
I will bring that up in the afternoon. But I just wanted to get from you that this hadn't been forgotten; it was still in process. Okay. Can I ask, just coming back on the workers' compensation reforms that were flagged by the Premier last week? I understand that there will be a bill coming to Parliament at some point. Do you have a timeline for when that's anticipated?
Ms Abigail, at this point in time, the government will consider all its options, and the government will make whatever announcements and will consult with relevant stakeholders. But as you know, through all the work that we've been doing, whether it's in making reforms to safe work, whether it's reforms to the industrial relations system, that we're very open and transparent about our processes and our consultation, and particularly in terms of getting that feedback. For me, I like to, at the moment, we all know that there has been a growth in claims. We know that. And
so, sorry, my question though was, will there be a bill coming? Like, when will the bill be coming for this particular set of reforms to workers' compensation?
Ms Boyd, the government will consider all its options with respect to any workers' comp changes.
So we don't have a timeline at the moment for that particular bill?
I can't provide you with that level of detail, but as you know from our record, that we will consult intensely and in a considered way with all key relevant stakeholders.
Yeah. So just in relation then to the psychological claims, which we know that those claims have been growing, but I understand the rate of growth has slowed slightly.
Has what?
Has slowed. The rate of growth in those claims, even though they're still going up, that the rate of growth has declined. But in any event, is it correct then that we're going to be looking at some changes when it comes to workers' compensation for psychological claims?
Look, I think that the governments look at, as you know, a whole range of policy matters, and one of those, and as you know, workers' compensation is one of those policy areas that we need to make sure that we're constantly reviewing, because we're talking about over 330,000 businesses who pay premium. As you know, when we were first elected 2 years ago, one of the first things that I had to do was, what I was confronted with was increasing premiums for businesses up to 22%. That's what I was left with. And so we made a decision to cap those at 8% over times 3 over the 3 years. Now, we need to ensure that there is a sustainable scheme for workers. We need to make sure that injured workers are at the centre of care, and any particular changes, and we've done this over the last 2 years, is that we will consult widely, but we know that we do have challenges with respect to this growth in claims.
So in the past, you, as you say, you've been very consultative, and we've had exposure drafts and discussion papers and other things released. Is that the intention in relation to any workers' compensation reforms as well?
The government will consider all its options with respect to consultation. You've seen our timeline, so the government will make its decision based on information, modelling, considerations, but the government will make its decision.
The Premier did refer to the changes that have been made in Victoria, which have frankly been a bit disastrous. Are you able to give any assurance that we're not going to head down the same path as Victoria?
I think, Ms. Boyd, I think we need to get to the crux of this issue, right? Like, we need to get to the crux of this issue with respect to the growth in claims and with respect to particularly around the increase in psychological claims. And we need to understand the causes. You know, why are we seeing so many claims with respect to, why are we seeing an increase in psychological claims? So what is the cause? Now, a lot of these causes, bullying, harassment, intimidation, stress.
Sorry, just on that though, because the RCare report does make it clear that most of the growth is coming. I don't want to verbal, and we'll come back to it this afternoon, but the connection was with those people who are working on the front line, particularly in emergency services, and their increase in response to trauma and stress, etc. Obviously, we don't want to we don't want to have a workers' compensation system that doesn't compensate our frontline workers. So
you're absolutely right.
Shouldn't we be more focused on prevention than trying to
This
take
is,
away.
you're talking my language now. You're talking my, we need to get to there has to be an end-to-end with respect to workers' compensation, with respect to psychological claims. We absolutely need to do more work when it comes to prevention. You know, I'm 100%, we need to invest more in having safe workplaces and for employers to understand their obligation when it comes to bullying and harassment, intimidation, sexual harassment. You're 100% right. And it's something that, you know, I've been advocating very strongly to the Treasurer with respect to additional resourcing. And, you know, let me tell you, it's a very tough when you come up to the Treasurer seeking funding. So he's a very tough Treasurer.
I'll add that to my list of things to beat him up about.
But I'm happy to discuss that further.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Minister. The opposition, Mr Tudor.
Before the break, Minister, I was asking you about whether staff ratios was in lieu of pay rises. Was that your understanding? If you delivered on staff ratios?
Mr Tudor Hope, the government at the time, the opposition at the time, as I stated earlier, made a commitment that we would remove the wages cap, that we would re-establish the Industrial Relations Court, and that we would bring in a new bargaining framework. And as you know, with every sector or portfolio, however you like to call them, there were a number of commitments that were made to those different sectors. And so I'm not sure what you're getting at.
I asked you whether their nurses and midwives were advised that if the government delivered on new staffing ratios, that would be in lieu of a pay rise.
I'm not, Mr. Tudor Hope, I just want to be very clear, pardon me, that the government made commitments about safe staffing levels. They made that commitment. Minister Park, you can refer to his responses. He's the portfolio minister responsible, and the government made that commitment. The government also made a commitment prior to the election in opposition that we would remove the wages cap, set up a new framework, and re-establish the industrial court. Now, with respect to fast forward now, I'm not quite sure. I mean, we're in arbitration.
Well, if anyone made a suggestion that that anything above 9%, which is currently being offered, is unjustifiable on the basis that they had received the benefit of new staffing ratios, that would be wrong, would it?
But they're two separate matters because an election commitment was made and is currently being implemented with respect to safe staffing, and the detail of that policy I'll refer you to the Minister for Health. With respect to the new industrial relations system that we've set up, that is the framework that was supported.
Did the mutual gains bargaining system fail in relation to the negotiations with the nurses and midwives?
No, I don't agree with that because that's one. The mutual gains bargaining is one part of this. It's one part of this.
But it hasn't been successful in reaching a resolution, has it?
Well, we're in arbitration. There is a dispute with respect to the quantum. There's a dispute. Now, this is the first time in 12 years that a union, Nurses and Midwives Association, have the opportunity to raise and to put forward their submissions in through the arbitration process and let that run its course. There's an independent umpire and the government will abide by its decision.
So the staff specialist psychiatrists, what's the current offer being made to the staff specialist psychiatrists?
Mr. Tudor-Hope, as you know, the psychiatrists are in arbitration in 2 weeks' time, and it's been set down for a 4-day hearing. I don't want to, this has been highly ventilated in the media, and
Well, there's an offer. The current offer, though, is the current offer 9.5%?
the current offer is what the government has put to...
Well, it's part of the bargaining parameters that would have been approved by ERC.
Right.
What is the current offer?
So, well, that's what we've put to everyone, including...
So everyone is 9.5%, is that right?
No, it was 10.5.
Well, that includes superannuation, but
But it was 10.5, and the psychiatrists are seeking... No, we put a 10.5. The psychiatrists are seeking a 25% wage increase in 1 year.
I understand that's what they're seeking, but I just want to get clear what the current government's offer. Just, can I ask you this? Were you consulted in relation to the proposal to ASMOV from New South Wales Health for a 6-month pilot that they would be conducted with a view subject to approval to enable additional salary increase or allowance on salary for staff specialist psychiatrists where Treasury verified savings are materialised through the productivity and efficiency measures? So, were you consulted in relation to that proposal?
Mr. Tudor-Hope, I'm very much aware about the this dispute, and we have been having my agency, and I'm happy to refer to our excellent officials who've been involved in the process to trying to come up with a resolution.
Whether you were party. Were you party?
I'm very much aware of everything that you're airing and ventilating. However, we are in arbitration in 2 weeks' time. It's set down for a 4-day hearing. Again, I'm not going to prejudice any of the proceedings. The psychiatrists in New South Wales do very important work.
No, I agree.
And they are valued, and the government values the work.
But see, effectively,
and their
what was proposed to a union, a 6-month trial of possible productivity and efficiency measures, with any prospect of additional remuneration postponed until the trial and subject to Treasury analysis. Is that part of the new mutual gains bargaining system, is it?
Mr. Tudor-Hope, in part of the bargaining process, there'll be a number of considerations. There'll be a number of ideas. The difference between your government and our government is that we're committed to being innovative, to looking at different ideas, and to listening to our workforce. And I think it's really important. Listening to our workforce means that you're not going to agree to everything, but that you are getting their perspective on working better, delivering the services that people care about, and delivering the world-class services for the people of New South Wales. And I think that those conversations, they don't stop and end during the bargaining process. And I'll give you an example. We've signed a multi-year agreement under the Crown Employees Award, 90,000 employees in the public service. That includes thousands of Service New South Wales staff. That includes thousands of staff, park rangers, our wonderful.
Just concentrating on the staff.
No, I just want to give you.
Well, just in terms of the process, you tell us that in fact the proceedings in the IRC have been expedited. Is that right?
Beg your pardon?
The proceedings in the Industrial Relations Commission have been expedited.
The matter with respect to the psychiatrist is before the Industrial Relations Commission, before the independent umpire, and
that was an expedited hearing, as I understand it.
Well, it's before the Commission in 2 weeks' time.
So who initiated the expedited hearing? The application for an expedited hearing. Who initiated that?
What does that? I mean, we wanted
Someone
to see.
made an application for it.
Yeah, we wanted to see the
Who did?
matter
Who did?
resolved.
Who did?
But we wanted to see the matter resolved.
Yeah, but who made the application?
Well, the government has been to the commission. The government's been to the
So-
commission. The IR.
Did the Minister for Mental Health make the application of her initiative, or did the Industrial Commission use its initiative to call the parties in?
But isn't
There's
that?
two different
But isn't
things.
there a great?
scenarios.
Isn't this great that we have an active industrial relations commission?
Absolutely.
Which is under your government. Those things were not possible
The same
because
provision
there
existed
was
under the
a
previous
there was a
government.
restriction. There was a legislative restriction on what the Industrial Relations Commission was able to do.
So I'm just,
And
it's a simple question, Minister.
There have been a number of hearings in the Commission with ASMOF, and the Commission is doing its job. The Commission is doing its job, and the Minister and the agency are doing their
So
job.
the commission of its own initiative called the parties in, and in fact has determined that this should be given an expedited hearing.
And we sought an expedited. The Commission did bring it in, but we also sought to have this matter resolved quick as possible, which is what we want. We want these matters to be resolved. This is going into
So
the
if
Commission.
the Minister for Mental Health claimed that she was responsible, that would be wrong, wouldn't it?
The Minister for Mental Health is doing an excellent job, and under your government, you had about 10 mental health ministers. You've got a mental health minister that cares that absolutely cares, and is doing everything possible to ensure that this matter is resolved. Now, as we have said,
I'm sure that's
we
true,
can't-
Minister.
it
I'm sure
is,
that
it
all
is.
that's true.
It-
But I
it
just said
absolutely is someone that
I'm putting
that
to you
cares,
this.
is considered, but the matter now is before the Industrial Relations Commission, and it is going to be deliberated in 2 weeks' time. It's in arbitration, and we will abide by the decision of the independent umpire.
Can I take you to the Fire Brigade Employees Union? In relation to the arbitration hearings involving them, is the current offer by the government 9% over 3 years?
I refer you to my previous answer about the FBU, and they're in the middle. We're in the middle of arbitration.
Is the current offer 9%?
No, it's not. We made an
Well, it isn't.
we made an offer to all public sector workers.
Yeah, I understand that. Is the current offer to the FBU 9%? Yes or no?
We made an offer to all public sector unions. That was 10.5. We made that
Yeah, that
offer.
includes super, that
They
doesn't.
are currently in arbitration. They're currently in arbitration.
But is-
I am not going to prejudice this case. We are right in the middle of
It's not-
hearings.
it's not-
No, we're in
it
the middle of
doesn't- it doesn't
hearings.
prejudice, Minister.
No, because my words will get used, and I'm not going to. We have worked so hard to get to this point.
Well,
In
is there a
fact, we've
counterclaim
worked-
by the FBU?
We've worked so
What's
hard
their claim?
to get to this point. I'm happy to refer you to our officials, but
No, I'll
I
come to
assume
that. I'll
that
come to the
they'll
officials.
put forward the same thing.
Well, let me ask you this. Has the government, in relation to that claim which is now before the Industrial Relations Commission, offered any evidence pursuant to section 146(2)(c) of the Act as to the fiscal position and outlook of the government?
Has the government provided information to the Commission with respect to the fiscal
That's why I asked it.
considerations
That's the question.
and outlook? The government has a responsibility to put forward their case.
So have they actually put a position on the fiscal position of the government as part of its case?
So the hearings are currently underway. I
will go to you, Ms Dobbins. Has a statement been prepared on behalf of the government in relation to the fiscal position?
Yes, Mr Tudor.
Thank you. Will you table that submission, Minister?
Beg your pardon?
Will you table that submission?
I have to seek legal advice.
Well, it should be
I have to seek legal advice. We're in the middle of proceedings,
subject
and
to
I'm not
obtain-
going to. I'm not going to have this rerun because, you know, I do something that prejudiced the case.
right,
So I'm
well,
going to get.
subject to
I'm gonna
subject to
get legal
obtaining
advice.
legal advice in relation
This
to
has been-
being transparent, Minister, and that is a big mantra of the government. You want to be a transparent government. Will you table
Opposed to you.
the evidence which you have filed before the Industrial Relations Commission about the fiscal position and outlook of the government in relation to the claim by the FBEU?
I think the Minister has said yes, subject to legal advice.
I'll just confirm it.
I'm
Well,
going to
it's
seek.
confirmed.
I'm
That's what she
seeking
said.
legal advice. I'm seeking legal advice. We are in the middle of an arbitration.
I just want the additional commitment
Well,
that subject to
let me give you some
obtaining
advice.
that
Why don't you sit?
legal advice. Will
Why
you
don't you
table
go
it?
down there and sit and listen to the hearings?
Thank you.
That's all right. I mean, if you're a supporter of the FBU,
I just want to know,
you should go
Minister,
down there.
subject to obtaining the legal advice, will you table it?
Mr. Tudor-Hope, I'm going to seek legal advice. We're in the middle of arbitration hearings, and I'm not going to prejudice this case.
So
It's
your
taken
commitment to
too
transparency
long,
is a
too
hollow
much
commitment.
time, too
Is
many
it not?
resources,
Your
A point
commitment.
of
and
order. Point of order has been taken. Mr.
The
Lawrence. on
minister's
point-
now been asked that about 5 times, and in my submission, it's getting discourteous to continue to press it.
Well, I have to say that
What do you have to say? Is it to the point of order?
I wanted clarity in relation to what the Minister's position is in respect of that particular piece of evidence.
Well, can we just have it one last time, Minister? What is your position, so we can move on?
Mr. Chair and Mr. Tudor-Hope, Mr. Tudor-Hope, when this bill came to the House in November 2023, your side of politics opposed this. You said, no, you're not supporting this. Now you want to sort of revisit and relitigate. You want to get the information. I
Chair,
mean,
point of order.
truly,
You gave it to
seriously,
ask the Minister
you
a question.
oppose this bill. And the thing is that
The point of order's been taken, Mr. Tudor-Hope.
Point of order, I take it.
Is it to relevance to
The
the...
relevance of the answer, you asked
Yeah.
a specific question of the Minister and she should answer that.
Yeah, if I could
I don't
draw
want to
you
be
back to the...
disrespectful, Mr. Chair. I don't want to
draw you
be
back to the question that was asked.
I don't want to be disrespectful to the committee, to yourself, Mr. Chair, or to Mr. Tudor-Hope. And fair enough, we did put a provision in there about the Commission has to consider the fiscal outlook and the budget. Absolutely. And the government has a responsibility to ensure that we have a sustainable budget and that we can provide for the schools and hospitals and pay the wages and do all the important things that we've committed to. And as I said earlier, I'm going to seek legal advice. I'm not going to prejudice this case. We're right in the middle of hearing. There's been over a week of hearings, and there is going to be further hearings in, I think, next week. And I welcome Mr. Tudor-Hope and anybody else from the opposition to go and listen to these hearings because really important.
Has the mutual gains bargaining process failed in relation to the FBEU?
As I said earlier, that mutual gains bargaining is a new bargaining framework, and it's part of the system that we instituted and that your side of politics didn't support. You opposed the bill, right?
Yeah.
And so, but it doesn't mean, like, this is the thing. This is about, a mountain of claims because the former government had a wages cap. They had a draconian wages cap that was instituted for 12 years. And during COVID, the former government provided these amazing heroes, the COVID heroes, which is day in, day out, you'd channel in and you'd hear them talking about the COVID heroes. And what did they do? They gave them 0%. We're trying
we didn't,
to...
in fact, Minister. The Industrial Commission gave them points
Order.
0.3.
Okay, if you think 0.03...
Well, the industrial, your system.
No, it's not my system.
was
It's a system...
Industrial Relations Commission
Mr.
order.
Tudor-Hope, with all
Minister,
due respect,
I want to ask you this.
it's a system that
You've
your
been
side of
a minister
politics
for
have
2
fighted
years now.
for 100 years.
You've been the minister for
100
2 years. You gave a commitment that you would introduce presumptive cancer legislation for firefighters. When will you actually introduce that? You've given us a lot of other legislation, which is
That's good, isn't it?
well.
You've supported some of it, not the industrial relations one that you keep going on
let me
about.
just say,
Order,
when
Minister.
will you actually do something substantive in relation to presumptive cancer legislation?
Mr. Tudor,
For firefighters.
and look, I know.
You gave a commitment
I
to
know
do
you're
it.
Order.
sincere about this. I know you're sincere about this, and you care about this matter. And I've said this previous estimates, and I'll put this on the record as well. When I was the opposition spokesperson, and I sought on a number of occasions your support in adding a number of dust diseases on the schedule, you did that. So I want to commend you, and I want to thank you for doing that, because that is going to save lives. To your point about presumptive cancers, the government is considering all its options. The government is considering all its options. That's all I'm going to say about that
So is
matter.
that all I can tell the firefighters?
They're
Thank
probably
you,
watching
Mr.
this,
Tudor.
and they're
Hope
probably going to
your
make a video
Time
like
has
they did last time.
expired. We are now
Hopefully my hair's
turning
better
to
this time.
crossbench questions, and that is Mr. Latham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Sorry.
Mr. Curtin, the New South Wales Police are investigating this program at Nine Entertainment called Married at First Sight. What's Safe Work doing?
Mr. Latham, I understand we've had a request for service to also look into it. We've allocated that to an inspector. The inspector will make inquiries, probably with New South Wales Police and with the PCBU.
Okay, so this is pending, is it, to make those inquiries, or has something already happened?
I've only been made aware that we've received a request for service, and I'm getting an update. I can come back to you this
Okay,
afternoon.
yeah, if you can take that on notice and inform the committee, that would be very helpful. And further, with the broader work of the inspectors at Nine Entertainment in response to this report out in the open, when do you expect to have that process finalised?
Well, the process is still underway, so it'll depend on compliance with those notices, and the inspector will maintain a watch on that situation to see whether any further action needs to be taken. So it's an ongoing matter at the moment.
Right, what does compliance with notices mean, just for
So
the detailed information of the committee, please?
For the two notices that have previously been issued, the inspector will need to see that those two notices have been complied with within the time specified, or if a request for an extension has been asked for, then
What date is that? What time is the compliance? This is to give an explanation, is it an account of?
This is for them to
of what's happened, or in the past, or what changes they're making in the future? How does that work?
This is in relation to compliance with the legislation around consultation and the adequate systems of work in relation to reporters going out into the field to make sure they've got the right safe systems of work. And those two notices are due to be complied with on the 14th of March.
Okay. Is this process a bit different and made easier by the fact you've already got an existing extensive report out in the open that was published and publicly available? There's obviously confidential material in the background, but publicly available since October, where each one of the 4,500 staff had the opportunity to participate, and 900 did. Obviously a large number of those in New South Wales. Doesn't that make it easier to move faster with this particular matter?
When we became aware of the issues through the media, that we initiated a request for service and had inspectors go out there to seek compliance. It's a large workforce and it's a large organisation, and the inspector's been working through a methodical process to achieve those outcomes.
Well, the organisation is the media, but is it made easier by the fact they've done so under public pressure? And I suppose this started with the Darren Wick matters that were so high profile, and obviously a litany of problems and cultural issues. Is it made easier by the fact that so much of this work has already been done in the report?
The inspector undertakes a range of checks. They'll seek documentation, they'll undertake interviews, they'll seek to talk to staff, and the whole process is made easier by all of the information obtained by the inspector.
Right. Is this going to be an example of tough cop on the beat under the Minister's new outlook? Because anyone reading the report, and I know you will, in full, would be horrified by what you see and know that this is not a safe workplace and it needs remedial action as quickly as possible.
Unfortunately, Mr. Latham, there's widespread concerns in workplaces where people are exposed to bullying. We know that the reports are telling us that there are many workplaces where people are exposed to it. We've set out a strategy and allocated specific resources. The government's funded $2.4 million per year for the Safe Work New South Wales Respect at Work Task Force. We work with a whole range of other organisations to make sure that we're building capability in organisations, holding duty holders to account, and very specifically where we do receive concerns and people are willing to come forward, our Safe Work inspectors, along with some of the other organisations, will support compliance in those areas. There's a lot to do in workplaces to make sure that everyone can come to work safely and make a meaningful contribution without bullying and harassment in New South Wales.
And cultural change can be difficult. What success has Safe Work had in the past in this particular challenge of changing culture where there's been a very clear culture of cover-up?
The strategy that sets out our approach to respect at work has focused on education and advice and making sure we've got the right support systems in place. We've undertaken a huge number of education programs. We have had webinars published for people to have a look at so that people can become aware of our approach to work health and safety in relation to sexual harassment in the workplace. We've shifted that this year to a more compliance-focused approach. We're building capability across our inspectorate so that we can address more sexual harassment matters and more psychosocial matters across workplaces in New South Wales. We've added some inspectors to our Respect at Work task force so that we can get more focused on these organisations. There's a lot of work to do.
Well, I'm sure capability, education and advice make some difference, but isn't the biggest difference to actually bring perpetrators to justice? And the basic problem you've got at Nine Entertainment is that these are people, talent they call it, who are on air, very valuable commercially. They've been built up, put on a pedestal. This perhaps explains part of their behaviour.
A point of order's been taken. I hear this point of order.
Just concerned about the aspect of the procedural fairness resolution that applies to the reputation of third parties who don't have a chance to address this. It's been slipped in a pretty gratuitous way in an unrelated stream of questions. It's not an appropriate way to raise it.
It's not unrelated. I'm suggesting that the perpetrator should be...
order. Like using terms like perpetrator, and also an adverse mention of a third party is outside the procedural fairness resolution, clearly. And I don't have a copy of this report you're relying on. And so it's hard for me to know whether or not the report actually names...
I don't think it does.
I don't think it does. So that would be something... I'll just get some advice here.
Well, Chair, just to let you know, I do have other documentation I'm happy to show the Minister and Safe Work.
Well, I'm just going to get some advice.
But I don't
forms the basis of my question.
But I don't think naming...
I'm not inventing this.
I don't think naming people in this environment is appropriate.
Well, in a culture of cover-up, I think naming...
But it's...
Order, Mr Latham.
That's your view. We're like...
Can we just have everyone just calm down while I get some advice?
Yeah, I know. There's procedures for a right of reply.
Let me just stop you doing my first mention of this one.
Okay. Well, just to help us out, Mr Latham, would you be prepared to table that report that you've got there?
The out in the open report?
Yeah, out in the open.
Well, I can table it.
Good, then we can have a look at it.
For 5 months.
I understand that, but we didn't know you were bringing it here today, and so it gives us an opportunity to have a look at it and consider what you've just said in the committee. And I'm just mindful that the procedural fairness resolution is we are to avoid adverse mentions of third parties, and there's a course of action we can take if that has happened. So you're happy to table that document?
I've said that.
And if you can
avoid available document, you can
excellent. Let's have a
right
look at
now.
it. And what we'll do is we'll just avoid adverse mention of third parties who aren't here to defend themselves.
Just on that, Chair, isn't there a procedure where there's a right of reply for anyone?
Yes, there is.
I think the people involved should avail themselves of that.
Well, they may well, but we could probably avoid mentioning them so they don't we don't have to do it.
In a democratic forum, people who've got a right of reply can take it, and This is part of the standing orders that are well established.
Yes, but the procedural fairness resolution is to be avoided unless it's absolutely necessary.
not
So
mandatory.
I'm just reminding you of that. And so
Okay.
we'll continue. We'll have a look at what the report says, and we'll consider any further action down the track.
Chair, just in terms of in the interim, I wonder if we should resolve to suppress mention of those names and redact it from the video and so forth, because that's happened in the past in a committee that I've been
Yeah,
on.
question.
This is not the House.
Yeah, that's exactly
There's a
right.
different procedure
It
in
is a
relation
different
to third
procedure.
parties.
Yep.
So I want to have a look at the report, and then we'll consider that.
My understanding is they're not named in the report.
Well, anyway, I don't know.
No, but I've said that, but I've got supporting documentation of complaints, very, very serious complaints, quite frankly you'd be horrified to read,
Well, this is
that I'm
the
willing to
issue.
make
So-
available.
Well,
to
that
Network
again,
and
order.
Just explain.
If we can avoid adverse mention of other, I don't have. You may well have that, Mr. Latham, but this committee doesn't have anything before it, so it's hard for me to know what you've seen. Nothing's been tabled, and so we in that regard we need to make sure that we offer procedural fairness to all people and people who aren't party to these hearings. So in that regard, I'll have a look at what's in the report and we'll consider what other action to take down the track. Mr. Latham?
Yeah, thank you. And Mr. Curtin, what is the approach Safe Work takes in ensuring that a culture of cover-up is not allowed to persist in this case?
Safe Work New South Wales works with a range of other organisations, including the Australian Human Rights Commission, New South Wales Police, Domestic Violence New South Wales, a whole range of organisations to support better behaviour and to reduce bullying and sexual harassment in workplaces. Our role is in relation to work health and safety laws and ensuring and securing compliance with work health and safety laws. So the role that an inspector will take will be usually more systemic, to look at policies and procedures to make sure that consultation is in place in workplaces when change is affecting workers, to make sure there's avenues for people to raise concerns. If workers are concerned about sexual harassment or bullying in a workplace, they can anonymously report to Safe Work New South Wales, and we can take a look at the systems. But anonymous reports make it a little more difficult for us to look at the very specific areas within an organisation. Very challenging environment to operate in, and our inspectors take a holistic approach to make sure work health and safety laws are being complied with.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Latham. Ms. Boyd?
Thank you, Chair. I note that a regulation was issued on the 13th of December allowing Safe Work inspectors to wear body-worn cameras. Do you consider that the footage obtained at the scene of a work health and safety incident or suspected breach is a valid and potentially useful source of information?
Ms Boyd, that was raised. It's an operational matter, so I'll refer to Mr Curtin, but having had meetings with union representatives as well as inspectors on the ground, this is something that they've been advocating for a long time. I understand in terms of the footage, the material, the process, there is a process, but in terms of the actual detail, I'll
come
refer
to the detail this afternoon. I think you're going to my substantive question here really is, we've heard a lot, particularly even in the Dust Diseases Inquiry, about PCBUs not allowing union reps and others to have the same, to wear body-worn cameras because it's not explicitly allowed under the Act. Will you commit to add a regulation or a provision into the Act to make it clear that union reps and safety officials can also be able to take footage or to take photos?
I don't want to give a commitment and be put on the spot without considering all the legal matters and the analysis and all of that information. It's something that I'm happy to take on. I know that unions have made requests, for a range of increased powers, but what I want to see is our safe work inspectors who do go into workplaces and on more than many occasions, and I hate to say this, but they are attacked, they are intimidated, by some of the bosses, you know, and it's not right. And I know that some of our inspectors have been bullied and have been sworn at, pushed, and that's not how you speak to a public servant as well as an inspector in New South Wales. So whether you're a boss or whether you're a union official, because I know that there have been instances where it's not just bosses, but also, union officials where they're having issues around a particular safety matter. But it's all round. There has to be respect all round.
Yeah, but and we welcome the body-worn cameras for the inspectors, but it just seems a bit incongruous when you have, safety officials going in from the unions that aren't allowed to even take a photo of a clearly defective piece of equipment or whatever it happens to be because they're being told by the PCBU they're not allowed.
No, union officials they have to abide by specific rules, and those employers have to abide by those rules as well. And where union officials are collecting evidence, particularly around safety, their work should not be hindered by employers, and should be allowed to put up. And I know Mr. Curtin has had a number of occasions where, and I, have heard this as well by inspectors whose work has been hindered, but also union officials who've had their work hindered, and HSRs as well. And the other thing, in terms of the health and safety representatives on the ground, you've got to remember that these people are employed by the company. There is a power imbalance between the HSR and the bosses. And that's why you have the delegate, and the next point of call is the official, and the official, and I know that in certain circumstances we'll work with Safe Work to get an outcome, because we want to make sure that we're protecting the HSRs, but we shouldn't have to come to that point.
Would you maybe take it on notice, just the consideration around whether or not there could be a sort of bolstering of the Act or something to make it explicit?
I can't give you a yes or no. Okay. I mean, in part of our discussions with the unions, I'm happy to consider it, but I can't give you a definitive answer.
Moving on, when the industrial manslaughter offence came in, we were given assurance there'd be a separate identifiable team within the DPP who would have that specialist knowledge on prosecuting industrial manslaughter. I asked the DPP about this last Friday, and she said, quote, still sorting out the funding for that, end quote.
Right.
What is the status of that? Are you concerned that it's not been established yet?
As you're aware, and I know that you are very supportive of this, is that we, and everyone here, may I say, was supportive of the introduction of establishing an offence of industrial manslaughter. Where we're up to with the DPP, I'm happy to defer to our officials. If it's a matter of resourcing, I'm happy to take that on board, but I know that there has been work between the agencies. Mr. Curtin, have you got any further advice?
We have been meeting with DPP. I can't speak to any resourcing requirements in DPP, but we've been working through a process to allow Safe Work to refer Cat 1 matters and industrial manslaughter matters.
So on the funding issue, perhaps, again, I'm looking to know who to hassle about the funding. Maybe it's the Treasurer.
Well, the Treasurer's here on Wednesday, so...
Yeah, okay. All right, I'll take that up then.
There's another one for you.
Can I ask, the crash of the RFS large air tanker in Cooma 5 years ago, I understand that there's been some concerns from the widows of those who were tragically killed, who have been unable to sort of navigate the system for compensation. Are you aware of whether any support has been given to assist those family members, and whether they're able to claim a lump sum death benefit under the New South Wales scheme?
This is the water tank matter, isn't it?
The air tanker, yeah.
The council that was run by the Snowy.
This
Sorry,
is-
I don't want to.
No, that's all right. It's so it's Kuma, and the contractor Coulson Aviation is the contractor.
Miss Boyd, I just said Snowy. It's probably another matter. So if I can, retract that.
Yep.
But if you can give me the name of the company. Is that the water tank?
Ms. Boyd's referring to a rural fire service large air tanker that crashed.
Thank you.
And any support. So from a safe work perspective, I'm not aware of any current ongoing issues and relationship with the family. I can find out whether we have any and whether iCare have.
Yeah,
so
okay.
it's separate to the matter that the.
Because I understand that the widow of one of the US pilots is suing the RFS for negligence in the Supreme Court, and that public money is being spent on that RFS defence through iCare. But yeah, it seems to be a bit of a gap in terms of providing any sort of benefits to those widows. Just wanted to check
in terms
that you
of
were,
the death benefits.
Yeah,
So they're,
just want to check you were aware.
I'm happy for us to have a look at this to provide you with that
That would be really
information
good.
after, so you're not wasting your time. But we'll have we'll take that on notice.
Thank you.
And then if we've got the information for you after lunch.
Thank you.
Otherwise, but we'll speak because I want to find out why the whole issue,
Yeah,
so
great.
we can try and help.
Thank you. And the last one I have in this time, just in relation to the bill for the for Safe Work, which we're really pleased to see coming through. The Safe Work Board, excellent that we've got. I think the proposal in the bill is that we've got unions nominating some of those members, and there's a bunch of other members to be appointed by the minister. I understand that 3 of the 5 regulatory priorities effectively relate to construction and the construction industry, including things like falls from heights. Will you ensure that the board composition reflects those priority areas?
Look, I'm very pleased that we can establish this advisory council, and it's an expert, it will be filled with experts, and I'm looking forward to seeing the nominations and, considering, we'll consider all the nominees. But I hear what you're saying, and absolutely construction, particularly falls from heights, is one of our key areas. It's something that, I'm very passionate about, particularly young workers on building sites who we're seeing, they're having serious injury. And certainly, I hear what you're saying, but we will consider all of those nominees.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Mr. Boyd. The opposition.
Thank you, Minister. When I was asking questions previously, I raised with you the issue in relation to presumptive cancers.
Oh, yeah.
And you recall, you may be aware that the FBU is seeking coverage for ovarian, uterine, cervical, as well as lung and skin cancer. It's been 2 years since we first ventilated this matter.
Yeah.
And since you've been the minister. And in fact, in the November 2023 budget estimates, you told me, in response to a question along the similar lines, that you would be working together with your colleagues who have responsibility in this area. That's Minister Dibb, Mr Chantafong, and the Treasurer, in a coordinated way and a collaborative approach to make sure we get it right. Almost the identical answer you've given today. Where is the hold-up?
Mr Tudor-Ho, the government will make its considerations, and we hope to come to some position, but we will consider. Yes, I know that this has been an ongoing campaign by the FBU and its supporters, including yourself and including colleagues across across politics, and of course, you know, we are very concerned about these issues, but the government is considering all its options.
Minister, I know you're a very sensitive minister in relation to these sort of issues and where people's lives are involved. But 2 years, people die in that period of time and they do not have the benefit of being able to make the relevant claim. Would you agree with me that this is just too long?
Mr. Tudor-Hope, the government has been reforming many areas in industrial relations, but as well in terms of we've got an offence of industrial manslaughter, we're making changes to safe work. I know that this has been something that the FBU have been campaigning for a very long time. And, you know, yes, there are firefighters who are currently going through the workers' comp system, and that they're going through that process because they're being affected by particular cancers at work. And I hear what you're saying, but I'll keep repeating this, that the government is considering all its
But I
options.
asked you, where are the hold-up? Is the Treasurer the hold-up? He is, isn't he?
I have
the Treasurer is the hold-up.
I have enormous respect for the Treasurer. I have enormous respect for the Treasurer, but can I say to you that the Treasurer is a fine Treasurer, and he is working day and night to ensure that we have a sustainable budget, that we fulfil all our election commitments. And, you know, I know alongside the Treasurer, the Premier, Minister Dibb, myself, our colleagues are very passionate and committed to not only this policy, but there are many policies that have been put to us, many proposals, I shall say, that have been put to the government. And as you know, they go through a process and we're considering. So
I think probably you are getting to the position where the Treasurer is the problem.
No,
But anyway, that's fine. I won't put that.
No way.
But the problem is, can I identify the problem differently? The Treasurer thinks this is too expensive, doesn't he?
I'm not going to look. I'm not going to verbal the Treasurer. And in our deliberations, you know, work, as you know, and I've said this previous estimates, and you've spoken to the Treasurer at estimates, and he'll be here on Wednesday. He will do what he has to do, and he has to do his work, and the government will consider all its options. And the Treasurer is a fine Treasurer.
But we were considering all our options in November.
I'm saying this before budget.
We were considering all our options in 2023. Here we are in 2025 and we're still considering our options.
We were.
When are you going to be able to say we've landed it?
Mr. Tudor-Hope, we're very committed, and we've taken on a number of commitments. This is a proposal that was put to us, and I understand that there are, as you said, a number of primary site cancers that have been put to us by the FBU, and the government is entitled to do its modelling, do its work, and work through those processes. And the government is considering all its options.
Minister, I want to go to staff specialists in public hospitals. Were you consulted before New South Wales Health proposed the abolition of the 25% emergency physicians allowance, which was introduced by the Liberal and National government?
So, sorry, your question is...
Was the 25% emergency physicians allowance has been is proposed to be abolished by your government. It was introduced in 2015, and it was specifically to address a crisis in the provision of emergency medicine in the New South Wales public health system. Have you been consulted about the removal of that allowance?
Mr. Tudor-Hope, I'm happy to take that on notice.
Good, thank you. Well, I'll ask you this. How do you respond to the recent communication from ASMA to its members in relation to Staff Specialists Award, that the Minns government is leaving us with no option to strike. Strike or accept an appalling award. This is staff specialists in public hospitals going on strike. Does that concern you, Minister?
What concerns me is that we were left with a big mess under your government, and we've got a lot of work to do. And with respect to the communique that you've stated, I haven't seen that. I'm happy to take that on notice. The government has put forward our offer that they are currently in discussions with health, and happy to take that on notice.
Minister, the New South Wales Treasury Circular 14-23, which is wonderfully titled Consultative Arrangements Policy and Guidelines 2012, Minister, in that document, it is proposed that the Minns Labor government is, quotes, committed to consulting with employees and their representatives, including unions, at both agency and the sector-wide level, in relation to proposed major changes in the workplace that are likely to have a significant impact or effect on employees. You endorse that provision?
From our government, yeah.
So you and you would, as a matter of principle, say that that is something that is adopted by your government? Through our industrial relations, our excellent industrial relations officials, we now have a process where agencies have a responsibility to consult with their workforce, with their unions, and that's a massive priority for the government. Well, how many applications are currently before the IRC asserting that the New South Wales government or its agencies have breached their requirement to consult in relation to major workplace training?
I'm happy to.
And I can give you a couple off the top of my head if you want me to give them to you.
Sure.
Well, the fisheries officers, was there consultation in relation to unsafe nighttime work for employees?
I'm aware of the. So I'm aware of the issues as part of our agreement with the PSA with respect to Crown employees. There were a number of matters that were yet to be resolved, and I understand that fisheries is one.
Where they were asserting that there was no consultation.
Okay.
Well, you probably also were aware that the Environmental Protection Agency were also, employees there were also, there was a failure to consult in relation to significant redundancies. Are you aware of that?
With respect to the, are you talking about the EPA?
Yeah.
So, and I'll be corrected if I'm wrong, is the EPA's state, not a federal, it's a state.
New South Wales.
Yeah, New South Wales, yeah. Mr. Tudor-Hope, I wasn't aware of EPA.
Weren't you? Well, perhaps I'll help you. The PSA described the failure by the EPA to consult in these terms. The EPA have treated their staff and the PSA with the utmost contempt in their lack of engagement regarding the distressing announcement to affected staff. They have showed complete lack of humanity and compassion in informing staff that their contracts would be terminating prior to Christmas, and one affected member commented, "This is a brutal approach by the EPA and feels like the EPA's Hunger Games." Does that accord with any recollection you may have in relation to staff redundancies?
Can I just refer you to our IR officials?
I'm sorry, Mr. Tudor, but I'm not aware of those matters either. I'll need to take the details on notice.
Okay. Well, are there any other matters where there are allegations that come to mind, where there are allegations that the government has failed to consult? in accordance with the requirements under the New South Wales Treasury Circular 14-23?
It's very simple. Where government agencies have a responsibility under our policies is to consult. Now, where they are not, I want to know about it. So if you have more examples...
Well, I'll give you another example.
Yeah.
Were the nurses and midwives consulted in relation to performing duties previously undertaken by resigning psychiatrists?
My understanding is that matter is before the Commission and...
But were they consulted?
Well, I understand that matter is before the Commission and there has been an announcement by the government with respect to dealing with psychiatrists who have resigned, and it is the government's obligation to ensure that they put forward their emergency protocols. Now, I know that this matter was ventilated last week by one of the members of this committee to the Premier and to the Health Minister, but yeah, it's currently.
Would you
in
agree with
commission.
me that one of the claims by the nurses and midwives was that they have not been consulted?
We're in dispute with the nurses and midwives.
Well, have they or have they not been
We're
consulted?
in dispute with the nurses and midwives.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, there is an administration in relation to the CFMEU which commenced on the 23rd of August 2024.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
That's correct?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
And you were supposed to receive 6 monthly reports from the administrator pursuant to section 16A of Schedule 6 of the Industrial Relations Act.
Yep.
You're aware of that?
Yes.
Have you received the
yes.
first report?
So, Mr. Tudorhope, there has been a report that's been provided to the Minister for Workplace Relations, Mr. Murray Watt. I have gone through that report, and as you know, and I know that you supported this bill, and about the government is very clear about no tolerance for criminal or corrupt behaviour in the building industry. There were a number of allegations that were aired against the CFMEU, and we took immediate steps. As you know, the government appointed an administrator. We supported the federal government in appointing Mr. Irving. Mr. Irving has made an interim report to the Commonwealth Minister, Mr. Watt, and outlines key investigation findings and strategies to reduce corruption implemented since the administrator was appointed. Now, that, as you know as well, Mr. Watson, Jeffrey Watson, was also commissioned to conduct an investigation, and he also, as part of this report, he has also made a number of recommendations. But throughout this process, throughout the 6 months, there have been a number of initiatives that have been undertaken, such as establishing a whistleblower hotline, looking at a number of officials and dealing with them. So and to let you know, Mr. Tudorhope, that the report submitted to the Commonwealth Minister outlines the progress of the administration, and we all know this at the moment, that it notes that despite the leadership changes, union services, workplace safety initiatives and EBA agreements have continued. So the work of the union that represents the workforce continues on. However, as you know, that shortly after the administration was imposed, a High Court challenge was filed questioning its legality. And if you read deep into this report, work is continuing on, and I acknowledge all of those people who are doing important work, and of course the officials who continue.
I understand.
Yeah.
I just want to know,
Yep.
there's an obligation for the administrator to report to you.
Yes.
Has a report been provided to you?
I have the report that was submitted by Mr. Irving, so I've got that report.
There's not.
But
It's
in
not
terms of
specifically
the,
addressed
but
to you?
it's specific to the report that Mr. Irving has provided. Also is specific to the New South Wales branch of the CFMEU.
Good. When did you receive
And-
that report?
But I'm not sure what I'm saying to you that a
When did
report
you-
was provided to the federal minister.
When did you receive it?
Oh, well, I've read
When did
a
you
summary
receive-
of the report.
When did you
I've read a
receive it?
summary of the report.
Minister, you have an obligation to table this report in both houses of Parliament. When did you receive
And I
the
will
report?
fulfil my
Within 15
statutory.
days of receiving it.
Yeah, I'll fulfil my statutory obligation.
When did you receive it?
I'll get that. I'll get that for you. But I will fulfil my statutory obligation. This is a very serious report, and if you, I'm sure that you've read it or you're going through it. It was recently handed to the federal minister, and can I just say to this committee, just to give you an update, that the administrator has taken steps to remove corrupt officials. Several dismissals and resignations have already occurred, enhancing the governance arrangements, including improved financial oversight and accountability measure.
Minister, I'm aware of what you say is in the report.
Yeah.
I just want, in terms of what you acknowledge as your obligation, it was tabled in the federal parliament on the 25th of February.
But that was provided to the President of the Senate, to Miss Lyons, because they weren't sitting. And
But
so
it has been tabled in the federal parliament.
I will fulfil my statutory obligation. So I've committed to you, to the committee, that I will do that. So I'm going to do that.
So on what date did you receive it, so that I can track the 15 days?
I will call your office and let you know as soon as I've tabled the report. And the report's online.
So in terms of the recommendations contained in the report, are there any recommendations contained in that report which apply specifically to the New South Wales government?
So there are...
Or the New South Wales division of that union?
Yeah, so there are a number of specific investigation recommendations. And so just go back to... in terms of the findings of the New South Wales branch, the investigation, it found that there were key instances of financial misconduct, including unauthorised personal benefits. The Greenfields used their position to improperly direct union funds for personal gain. Personal expenses was misreported as business-related costs. The report also found that there was little transparency in financial decision-making. Financial controls were weak, allowing excessive spending with minimal justification. They're the findings. There's a list of findings. In terms of the specific investigation recommendations, that the investigation has referral of identified misconduct to the Fair Work Commission for possible legal action. They're also looking at civil penalties for officials for breaching their fiduciary duties, disqualification from holding future union office for those found guilty of serious breaches, and this goes on. And Mr. Tudor-Hope, anything that is anything that's required from the state government with respect to making any changes.
I'll just get some.
Yeah, so for the remainder of the time, we're going to go, because I have to split the time equally, we'll go a question from Ms Boyd, then to opposition, then we'll alternate back until we run out of time. So have you concluded, Minister, your answer then?
Yeah, so just to give you a commitment that with respect to New South Wales, if we're required to make any change to legislation, of course, we will do what we have to do. But there's a list
that's a good commitment.
Sorry?
That's a good commitment.
No. Well, we want to, we want a functioning union that does the right thing by its members. But we also want to get rid of the corruption and the criminal elements. I mean, it's a disgrace, that you've got anyway, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Minister. Ms Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. In January, I asked a question of Safe Work in relation to how many inspectors have a history particularly I was interested in sexual violence offences and domestic and family violence offences. The answer came back saying that there's only a 12-month record in relation to employees and whether or not they've got a claim against them during that time, which didn't really answer my question. I'm aware that there's at least one inspector who has quite a serious public allegation on record and was dismissed from the police force for a quite horrific incident of sexual assault. Does it concern you that Safe Work don't seem to know how many people within its inspectorate have that kind of a past?
Well, it's concerning to me, but I know that we're making changes in terms of probity and background checks with respect to people who are employed, and there's a government protocol about making sure that people who have particular matters with respect to their past dealings are looked at. We have to go through those checks, but happy to refer that to you, Mr. Curtin, or Mr. Head.
I might just make a brief comment before Mr. Curtin speaks. The arrangements, I think, for workplace clearances are across the public service, which includes Safe Work, are referred to in Section 54 of the Government Sector Employment Act. That doesn't limit the clearances that can be imposed, but generally I think DCS does what's called a fit to work check, which includes criminal history checks, health clearances, etc. If you were required to have something like a working with children check, then the various things that calls up would also apply, and equally that's true for people who require in their function an NDIS worker clearance, which goes beyond national criminal checks.
How does this person get employed?
What I can undertake, two things, is I can have a look at the specifics that applied in this situation, but also undertake to have a discussion with Ms. Dobbins about clearances generally for regulators and the extent to which they pick up the range of things that might be more pertinent for people exercising powers. There will be people in regulators who, because of what they're doing, will require more than the clearances we have, and some of those other clearance mechanisms alert things beyond criminal history, and those things can be taken into account. And do you want to add anything?
No, not so much, just that Safe Work inspectors are employees of the Department of Customer Service, and we follow the GSE arrangements there, and I think Mr. Head's outlined some opportunities for us to review that.
Thank
you, Mr. Curtin. Thank you, Mr. Head. The opposition, you've got time for probably one more.
Well, I just want to ask you whether you would give me this undertaking. Minister, you have the report. Will you need the whole 15 days to deliver that report, or can you table it next week?
Let me find out what my legal obligation is, but I don't think that there's any issue in tabling it prior to the 15 days.
I'll just have to look at the procedures, but we can support the Minister to do that.
Yeah. No, all good.
All right, despite my reluctance, one more from Mr. Latham. Have you got one?
Yes, I do, absolutely. And you can sit at ease, because it's a question about productivity. When we were last here, Minister, on September 11, you spoke a little about the government's productivity policy. Since then, the issue's become much more pressing, as most economists will say, but hasn't the New South Wales government made a farce and effectively humiliated itself on productivity by introducing drivers on driverless metro, which sends a dreadful demonstration effect to the rest of the public sector?
I'm not sure what you...
You put drivers on trains that have got no drivers, that were purchased and constructed not to have a driver, which automatically lowers the productivity. it's the same outcome for more staff sitting there twiddling their
Oh, you're talking about the
thumbs.
rail.
Well, isn't this just making a joke of the, every economist
No.
will say the big issues for the Australian economy is productivity, and this government's
I
made
was
a joke
waiting.
of it.
I was waiting for you to ask me questions on productivity, and not on this particular
Well, I
issue.
just did.
But
Well, I just did.
no, in terms of generally,
Just not
some
the
of
one you
the
wanted.
important work that we've been doing, in terms of not only because not only satisfying yourself but the committee as well as the public, and we are working extremely hard with our agencies and our unions with respect to savings and efficiencies and doing things better in terms of productivity. As you know, productivity in the public services, there's no one size fits all. You can't compare, one sector to another sector in the way they're doing their jobs. But what I can report to the committee is that as part of facilitating productivity and efficiency enhancements in a number of industries, this includes the public sector, New South Wales Public Sector Salaries Award, which identified savings arising from the removal of obsolete allowances. In addition, an agreement was reached to consolidate existing managing excess employees policy and New South Wales Government workforce mobility placement policy to reduce redundancy costs and also to encourage skilled and talented workers to stay in the public service. So these are some of the things that we're doing that we believe is going to enhance productivity and enable the skills and talent of our public services is benefiting the people of New South Wales. With respect to the question you asked me before, you can raise that with the other ministers in their agency.
Thank you very much, Minister. No questions from the government? Okay, well, in the absence of that, just on the matter that was raised, the point of order that was raised earlier in the hearing, I have consulted with the Secretariat. They're going to get a copy of the transcript and then hopefully we'll be able to consider it and the report from Mr Latham and what action, if any, we will take later on in today's hearing.
Chair, I wanted to move a motion in relation to that, just that the matter be kept in confidence until then. So perhaps we should go into a deliberative. Yep.
Okay, we'll go into deliberative to consider that. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much, Minister, for your attendance. Officials, thank you very much. We'll see you later on this afternoon.
Chair, I'd just like to thank the committee members for their time and their consideration and their interest in this portfolio, our incredible officials, my incredible staff, the public sector workers, and I want to thank everybody for their contribution. I also just wanted to add onto the record, and I'm very sorry I didn't do it earlier, but we've had news that Mr Brian Seidler, he passed away. There was news of that by the Master Builders Association. He has been a very strong advocate for builders in New South Wales, and I know that he has worked he has worked on a number of committees and task forces, and our condolences to his family and friends and organisations that he's been dealing with, but he will be missed.
Thank you for those thoughtful sentiments there, Minister. Thank you. We will reconvene, well, we will go into deliberative, so the committee members please stay, but we will reconvene at 2 o'clock. I'm not a... Ms. Boyd. We will now have the examination, the interrogation of our public officials, starting with questions from Ms. Boyd.
Most respectfully.
Right, thank you. Okay, where am I? Could we start just back on those cameras, the body-worn cameras? Can I ask how many devices have been procured by SafeWork New South Wales?
Just have a look if I've got that, Ms. Boyd. There was a trial in 2020 and 2021 of the body-worn cameras, and during the trial it was determined that SafeWork couldn't continue with using them under the Surveillance Devices Act, and work, as you know, has been done since to alleviate that. We're still in the process of pulling together all of the requirements to be able to implement that later this year. I will have to come back to you. Forgive me, 300 cameras were procured.
300 will be procured?
Have been procured
Have been.
under that trial process.
Okay.
We have to work through renewals of contracts and other things in terms of the storage of the video footage.
Okay, thank you. What are the circumstances under which the recording device can be used, or will be used rather, by inspectors?
The primary purpose of those cameras is designed around the safety and well-being of the inspectors themselves. So it's being used as a combat to any violence or aggression against inspectors. That's how the pilot will work in the first instance, and how we'll start to phase those cameras in. So the intention is to allow the inspectors to activate the cameras where they believe there might be the potential risk of any violence or aggression against the inspector.
Okay. Will there be the ability then for the evidence gathered or collected to be used for other purposes as well? So I hear what you're saying about the safety issues, but in terms of possible prosecutions for breaches of safety requirements and things.
Yeah, we're still in the process of consulting with staff about how the cameras will be used and designing the program itself, but it's not intended at this stage primarily to be a process of capturing information for the purpose of investigations or for release otherwise.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask this one? I don't know if it's you. Tell me who it goes to, whether it's you, Mr. Head, or Mr. Draper, probably. In relation to the portable long service leave reforms that were passed last year. I understand they were passed I remember them being passed in June, with a start date of July this year. And there was talk about the regulations and things that would need to be put in place before that came into effect. What's the update of those?
So I can help you with that, Ms. Boyd. I don't have anyone else from the Long Service Corporation here. They weren't on the witness list, but we're on track for the 1 July commencement, and that includes all of the component parts of what's required to flick it on 1 July, so consultation with stakeholders, any reg development, the raft of things that are required for that new scheme to commence. So
Great.
we
Okay.
can provide some extra detail on notice if there are particular matters that you would like information on.
Yeah, I'm keen to know that it's still on track, and to see whether there's been any consultation on the regulations, if they've been drafted, or sort of what the process is there.
I'll need to take that on notice just to make sure I give you an accurate update.
Thank you. Has consideration been given to adding other industries into the portable long service scheme?
My focus at the moment is implementing this scheme that's been legislated. That'll ultimately be a matter for government.
Okay, all right. When we were in the second half of last year, there were amendments to the portable long service leave legislation because of that strange circumstance where workers who were working on Commonwealth sites weren't able to have their leave added in. And so amendments were passed to sort of as a temporary solution to that. Has there been discussions since then with the Commonwealth in relation to fixing this more permanently?
Yes, and there's been some consultation between the Commonwealth and other jurisdictions, but the matter is still pending. There's a need for the Commonwealth to modify schedules to the Mirror Tax Act, I think, to deal with these things, but there is a process underway where the Commonwealth is talking to states and territories, and New South Wales is participating in that process.
Okay. When was the last sort of time it was raised, I guess?
Quite recently, I think, but I'd need to get back to you with a specific date.
All right. Thank you. The issue I was raising earlier in relation to the crash of the RFS large air tanker, I understand, maybe this is a question for Mr. Farquharson, but the iCare money is being spent on the RFS defence on that. How much are we expecting those legal claims to cost?
Ms. Boyd, I'll need to get back to you on that because I'm not aware of the details of that particular claim, but we absolutely will be able to share with you what we're able to share with on notice, if that's okay.
That would be good. I'm also concerned about, there's been a suggestion that there's been no sort of, there's doubt over whether that particular company involved actually has any workers' compensation and what happens for the widows in that particular circumstance.
So it sounds like there are two parts to that question. The one is there's a liability claim issue and activity around that, and then the second one is more, I think what you're getting at is what's happening from a workers' compensation perspective.
Yeah.
So the two, we'll need to get back to you on both of those is what you're asking for.
I would be interested to know if that is in fact the case, if that's information that iCare has, whether or not this particular contractor had that certificate of insurance. Also, can you explain just how it works from an accounting perspective, or why these costs appear on iCare's books in the first place? So from a very, I probably should know the answer already, but from a very basic perspective, presumably RFS is paying a certain amount in order to get this coverage?
So we're talking about the two distinct issues. So the first will be the workers' comp, that'll flow through in the normal manner through the relevant workers' compensation scheme, so either the nominal insurer or the Treasury Managed Fund. But I think what you're asking about is any costs associated with a liability through the courts.
Yes, I'm confusing two separate things.
So that's fine, and that would typically be for government agencies. There would be coverage which they pay premium for, and then any valid insurance claim would be paid for out of the Treasury Managed Fund, and that's how it would flow through as a claims cost.
Okay, so it goes through the TMF. So just teasing that out then, so each agency pays a certain amount into, as part of its kind of annual premium or whatever, to cover it for legal liability going forward?
Well, it'll be the full range of insurance. So as the state self-insurer, the Treasury Managed Fund provides insurance to the government agencies, and they pay premium for that, and that would cover property and casualty or property and liability exposures. And so that's how it would flow through. So the premium that's collected will be appropriate for that full range of risks as they stand.
Are you able to tell us the sort of ballpark range of, how much money we're talking about is expended out of the TMF on legal costs for agencies defending claims?
I absolutely would be able to get that to you, but I won't be able to quote the specific legal cost amount. And that would it would apply to some claims and not others, because obviously property claims would have less of a legal component, and the liability claims would have a significantly larger legal component.
Okay. And how would the amount of premiums calculated for that component of insurance then for the agencies?
So we have an underwriting team within the Treasury Managed Fund, the general lines function, and they work out the premiums on an annual basis. There's a premium setting process that covers both the workers' comp and then the general lines exposures. That'll be a function of the property exposure plus the liability based on a risk assessment, effectively.
Okay, and are there programs or other things run within iCare to try and reduce the amount of that exposure?
Yes. There's a significant amount of effort around risk awareness and risk mitigation training effectively. We have a forum called REX, and we're quite proactive from a training perspective, but that is around being aware of the risks and managing them.
Thank you. I think my time's about to run out.
No, we'll just keep going with you for the
thank
next
you.
10, just for continuity, and then we'll go to the opposition for the
Thanks.
full 20.
Which which agencies are, I guess, the ones that are there certain agencies that incur greater costs you
Yes,
think of as being,
of course,
perhaps even disproportionate to their size?
Yes, they are, absolutely.
Are you able to tell me them now? Or?
I would have to provide that to you on notice, if that's okay.
Okay, yeah, that would be really useful. Okay, I'm going to just move on. Can I just ask, are the associated claims costs publicly available for under that TMF general lines? Do you give how much information do you provide in terms of each, publicly in the annual report in terms of the agencies and the...
I would say typically it's not. You'd see the results of the various schemes published in our financial statements. So on an annual basis, you could see how much premiums collected, what claims are paid, what the operating expenses are. In terms of drilling down to individual claims, you wouldn't pick that up from the financial statements.
Okay. And perhaps when you come back on notice on that, if you're able to tell me sort of what sort of percentage of... I'm interested in how these... to lay it out there, I'm interested in how these agency costs are impacting on the overall viability of iCare and how that's, whether or not when we're talking about escalating costs of iCare, whether any of that is actually coming out of agency legal liabilities, or where exactly those pressures are coming from. So I'm particularly interested in knowing sort of what percentage of iCare's outflows or any other data you can give me to show whether the agency amount is getting more or less over time.
So I absolutely will be able to provide that some more detail to you on notice. But each of the schemes that iCare manages has different dynamics around it. And so if you look at the two workers' comp schemes, the increase in psychological injury claims is having an impact on the sustainability of those two schemes. Yeah. Within the Treasury managed fund, obviously there's the workers' compensation component, which falls under that, but then the general lines piece, which is really what we're talking about now. And over time, the significant factors or claims costs that have impacted the sustainability of that scheme have been the catastrophic events. We've had floods and some of those activities, but the abuse claims that have come through, there's a big legal component to that, of course.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to ask, I'll go back to you, Mr. Head, and then you can direct me, but I'm interested in when we're looking at, actually maybe this may come back to iCare, but we'll see. I'm interested in how many workers have had their benefits terminated under Section 39.
Their workers' comp benefits.
Yeah, that's probably an iCare question again.
The amount
Sorry,
of
how did I miss
Sorry, how many benefits? How many workers have had their benefits terminated under Section 39?
I can't answer that, but potentially Tony can. I don't know. Take it on notice. We'll take that on notice, so that's okay.
Thank you. Similarly, I'm interested in how many workers have had their medical entitlements terminated under Section 59A. Does iCare still report all suicides or self-harm of injured workers that it's responsible for to CIRA? I know it used to report that to CIRA. Is that still...
I believe so. Tony, can you confirm it?
I believe so.
Yes.
Are you able to provide data on... I know we've got this before out of questions on notice, but a few years ago now. Are you able to provide for the last 5 years the numbers of suicides and self-harm of injured workers that iCare's had within its responsibility, just so we can see that over time?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you have any of that data now, or is that something we can get maybe later in the session, if that's...
I will try.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Okay. Okay, just wondering where I go next. Perhaps I can go to you, Mr. Curtin. The questions I was asking before about the record of convictions and charges against inspectors that I asked for on notice. It says that in the response it talks about only having a record for approximately 12 months. Is that because it's only recording matters where there's like a new charge as opposed to historically? Is that what you were getting at there?
Yeah, as I understand, a search was done of a newer system that the department has, which only has 12 months of information in it, and the prior system wasn't categorised in a way that assisted in doing that. So that was for employment records.
If I can assist there, Ms. Boyd, if somebody is being recruited into the department, the relevant checks are done. In addition, post-employment, people have an obligation to notify the employer of any significant change of circumstances that would relate to those things. So if they are charged with a criminal offence, those sorts of things, there's under the Code of Conduct arrangements, there are obligations on people to make disclosures around things that would be relevant in that space. So it's, well, Mr. Curtin's accurate about the system. It's not the case that once somebody is recruited, that is the end of it in terms of notifying the employer of things that are relevant to their ongoing employment coming up.
I may have been looking at an outdated application form, but I was looking at an application form for becoming a safe work inspector. Don't worry, I'm not applying, but I was looking and it was talking about, it says basically, you know, any criminal record is not necessarily going to stop you getting a job, which is fine. I've got nothing to complain about there. But it says, you know, basically we will use our discretion as to whether or not a particular history is problematic or not. I guess are there any of those sorts of allegations or criminal records that you would say, no, absolutely not, you can't be an inspector?
I'll answer as the employer. So, yes, there might be. I mean, context would be important. What is the role that somebody is performing? What is the nature of the conduct? Were people convicted? Were they charged? Were they only charged? Were the charges withdrawn? What's the basis? So, in a sense, my offer this morning to talk to Ms. Dobbins about this is that I think there are now examples of other clearance, worker clearance things that apply in other contexts which do deal with charges specifically for certain types of workers in certain settings. So I'm not averse to looking at those things in terms of safe work while it's within my responsibility, but it would also be useful to talk to other regulators about the extent to which they also do things beyond what's required under the Act.
And I think you're absolutely right, because it depends on the context, but I think what piqued my interest was not just the particular case that I came across, but also obviously the sort of work that Safe Work is doing now around psychosocial injury is increasing and it's getting more sophisticated. And that perhaps brings up the additional issues then with having inspectors with particular criminal records or with particular
And of course it's something that needs to be looked at very carefully, because of course sometimes there might be very good reasons why charges were withdrawn, and so we owe a duty of care both to the environment in which we're regulating, but also the individuals who are seeking potentially to work for us on
if someone's been, you know, let go from the police, for instance, because of a thing, it's...
I'm not talking about this specific case, I'm talking about in general.
Yeah, no, I think we can agree on that. I will stop it there and come back at the next round.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tudor.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Parklea, The net asset holding level policy required, which is the previous policy of the government, funds managed by the New South Wales Self-Insurance Corporation, including the Treasury Managed Fund scheme, to hold assets should be between 105 and 115%. You're aware of that?
Yes.
If the funding ratio is less than 105%, and then Treasury would be required to make additional payments to the fund. That's your understanding, is it?
Yes.
As of the most recent date that this ratio was available, what were the asset and liability ratio for the TMF?
So at the end of the last financial year, the ratio is 105%. At the half year, after the December valuations, it was at 102%.
So has that triggered a payment?
Perhaps, Mr Tudor-Hope, I might answer that question, as these are Treasury policies. So you'd be aware that the NAHLP policy is no longer in effect.
Oh, well, I'll come to that.
Okay.
I'll come into that. But
Okay.
anyway, well, you complete your answer.
Well, I was just going to talk about how it's being replaced by a contributions and transfer framework that's being developed for all of one fund.
Yes.
And
tell me how that operates.
Yes, and in fact, the Treasurer will obviously be here on Wednesday, and my colleague, Ms van der Walt, is responsible for the development of that framework, but I'm happy to give you just a general overview on how that's expected to operate and is expected to be operational by the 30th of June this year. So with respect to liabilities, no, not with respect to liabilities. Participating schemes. Sorry, Mr Tudor-Hope. As I said, this is Ms van der Walt's area of expertise. So the contributions and transfers framework will aim to help ensure appropriate funding of schemes covered by one fund and minimise the need to fund schemes via debt by more efficiently using resources within one fund in the first instance. And the draft of that framework is based on certain principles, including that the funding adequacy of one fund is assessed annually to determine its ability to meet future cash flows and or liabilities, considering the funding adequacy of each participating fund individually, and any indirect support that the DRF could provide, noting that the DRF remains ring-fenced.
Is this policy reduced to writing somewhere?
There is a draft of it, and it has been before the Assets and Liabilities Committee, which Mr Farquharson and myself participate on, but it is yet to be finalised and agreed by government.
Well, I'm really unclear as to how this is going to operate, because certainly in terms of some of the questions that Ms Boyd was asking earlier, it potentially identified the risk profile of some of the various agencies who would be required to top up contributions to the fund in circumstances where there was a reduction below 105% in relation to the net asset holding policy. It appears to me, and you might correct me if I'm wrong, there is going to be now a significant mixture of funds in terms of all the funds, and the one fund now brings into it.
Yes.
How is it determined in those circumstances exactly the pressures which are on the insurer in respect of their exposure if in fact there is a mixture of funds which are available to meet its liabilities?
As I said, the framework is still under development and has yet to be approved by government, and I recommend, Mr Tudor-Hope, that you direct those questions to the Treasurer and my colleague Ms van der Walt when they're here on Wednesday.
I will. So am I to understand, since the end of the last financial year, there has been no call for contributions by any agencies in respect of the reduction in the net asset as it was then, holding level policy?
Well, the December valuations, as I understand it, have not yet been finalised by the board, and then there will be consideration in the first half of this year as to whether any contributions would need to be made to the TMF.
So that policy won't change, is that what you're telling me?
No, the NAHLP no longer exists.
Yeah, I understand that, but the requirement for agencies to make contributions according to the asset holding level of the of iCare, as opposed to its liabilities, will there be a process for identifying how contributions will be made by agencies to meet the increased exposure of iCare?
Yes, there will be a process, Mr. Tudor.
And that process now will take into account not only the contributions of the TMF generally and the holding of the TMF, but will in fact will relate to the one fund total asset position.
Yes, I think that's correct, Mr. Tudor, but there will be various principles that will inform the decision making around when transfers would need to be made and whether they relate to systemic issues or peaks that.
Ms. Farquharson, you were working for iCare during the period of the last government, were you not? During the term of the last government?
Joined in October 2022.
Oh, well, you just had a brief experience
Slight overlap
with the last government. You'll recall, of course, there was significant criticism of the last government on every time that there was required to be a top-up of the TMF as a result of the increasing claims which were being made on the fund. Were you aware of that?
Yes, I was aware of it before I arrived, but I was aware, yes.
In many respects, certainly it was certainly an accounting problem, but it was cast as a political problem because iCare was seen to be a body which was, which in fact was living beyond its means. It had liabilities greater potentially than its assets.
Yes, I am aware of some of those conversations.
Yeah. So how will this new arrangement in fact characterise the true state of the TMF in circumstances where the TMF as the self-insurer would have a mechanism for being able to identify the true pressure on the self-insurer arising from liabilities?
I think there are two ways I'll answer that. The first is to say that we will continue to produce a set of financial statements on an annual basis for the Treasury Managed Fund.
Yes.
So it'll always be clear what the assets and liabilities are of that fund, and I think that will provide an appropriate line of sight to understand the dynamics of the fund. So I think that will answer part of the question. The second part of the question around any contributions or capital injections to reach a target ratio, that is, as Sonia Campbell has just described, a matter of Treasury policy to be addressed, and there is a framework in place that I've had exposure to that is still to be finalised that will deal with some of those questions that you raised. So I think you'll achieve the objective of understanding the financial position of the fund.
Yep.
How it is capitalised will be a function of the premiums that are collected and any mechanism in place that is implemented to deal with additional contributions.
Will there be a difference from how premiums were collected previously?
I think that will be a function of a Treasury decision and any policy changes as a result of that. At this stage, I'm not aware of anything impacting that, but I need to wait and see. That will be a matter for government.
Well, I'm just interested in your perspective on how the board's responsibilities to manage the TMF prudentially changed with the transfer of the TMF assets to the New South Wales Master Fund.
To the one fund, the concept of the one fund. Yes.
I think we called it the master fund, but one.
Okay, no, that's fair.
Yeah. Well, how do you manage its assets prudentially in circumstances where they are now transferred to the master fund? What is ICARE's role in it?
I think that ICARE's role remains, certainly for the Treasury Managed Fund, remains the same. We're still responsible for the management of the Treasury Managed Fund and the assets and liabilities of that scheme. As has been the case, the risk appetite, the investment risk appetite, has always been set by Treasury. Under the master fund, or one fund as we describe it, it will continue to be set by Treasury. So I don't think that's a fundamental change, although it is now pooled together with a broader portfolio of assets which should generate positives. But I don't think that fundamentally changes the role of the ICARE board and management. We're still ultimately responsible for the assets and liabilities with that interface with Treasury and, of course, T Corp, who manages the investment portfolio and always did manage that investment portfolio.
Well, how do you continue to identify the TMF funds?
They are still separately disclosed in that master fund arrangement.
But Treasury now has the ability to use those funds wherever it wants, does it not, under the new arrangements for one fund?
I stand corrected, but I don't believe that's the case.
Well, the Government Sector Finance Act, section 10.3b, the Treasurer may make transfers between relevant funds if the Treasurer is satisfied that the transfer promotes the objects of the Act.
I can confirm, Mr Tudor-Hope, that's the with the exception of the DRF and the LSC funds, which are excluded from those
DRF,
transfer provisions.
Not the TMF, though.
Correct.
So how do you keep track of TMF assets?
Certainly in the reporting that's provided to the New South Wales Treasury ALCO, there is there's reporting that shows the TMF assets. So we do have clear line of sight of that, and that is reported to the ICARE management and board committees.
Well, I take you to the police insurance scheme. What is the estimated payout from the Enhanced Police Support Scheme for the period 1st of October 24 to the 30th of June 25?
I will need to take that on notice unless Tony's able to provide that at this stage.
Well, you able to provide it? Best guess?
No.
Okay. Was ICARE's advice to the comparative annual cost of the Police Blue Ribbon Scheme and the new Enhanced Police Support Scheme sought at any time prior to the 19th of August 2024, when the new scheme was announced?
Yes, we do on a regular basis provide the costings and support to government in terms of the policy setting that they're involved in. So I can't tell you exactly what we've modelled and what advice we provided, but we do on a regular basis provide advice and have and did in that situation.
Yeah, well, the total cost, if I can, to the New South Wales Government of the Police Blue Ribbon Insurance Scheme is $724 million for 23-24. Do you accept that? So the new Enhanced Police Support Scheme, is that going to be a separate fund?
Tony, would you like to just talk about that?
I understand it's a separate fund, yes.
Is it invested in the New South Wales Master Fund or one fund?
Check that for you.
Ms Campbell, do you know that?
I can check that for you, Mr Tudor-Hope. I don't believe it is at this stage. No, I'd have to just confirm that on notice, Mr Tudor-Hope.
Well, what are the current, do we know the current assets?
I can tell you what is in the one fund, if that would be helpful. Yep, the Treasury Managed Fund, the New South Wales Generations Fund, the New South Wales Infrastructure Fund, the Social and Affordable Housing Fund, the Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund, the Long Service Corporation Investment Funds, the Residual Workers Compensation Liabilities Fund, the Government Workers Compensation Fund, the Pre-Managed Fund, and they were all incorporated as part of Phase 1 on the 31st of August, and then Phase 1B was completed on the 1st of October to include the CRIF, the Construction Risks Insurance Fund, and the Transport Accidents Compensation Fund.
Well, it doesn't appear to be.
Doesn't appear to be, no.
One of those. So thank you. So, do we know what the current assets of the Enhanced Police Support Scheme Fund are?
I don't have that. Sonia, do you?
I'm not sure that I have that either, but I will just check for you, Mr. Tudor-Hope. No, I don't have that information, Mr. Tudor-Hope.
Well, do we know where the assets of the Enhanced Police Support Scheme come from?
There is a separate funding arrangement for that, and I can provide those details on notice if that's helpful.
Okay. And do we know what the total liabilities of the Enhanced Police Support Scheme are?
As we work through the different valuation periods, we will have that, but obviously it's just in its infancy.
So there's no way we can work out what the ratio for that fund is currently?
I think it's too early at this stage. Tony, we don't have a preliminary set of numbers now.
Well, is there, in respect of this new fund, are there going to be provisions to top up the assets of the fund if needed to ensure that there are sufficient funds to meet liabilities?
Yes, there will be, and I think back to the discussion that Ms Campbell was leading earlier around the Treasury policies to be determined in that regard.
But this is a distinct fund.
Yes, that's correct.
So what will be the formula used for the purposes of requiring additional provision of funds if in fact there aren't sufficient assets to meet
Mr. Tudor-Hope, I can perhaps give you a bit more colour on this. So following the commencement of the new scheme on the 1st of October, SciCorp is administering the new Police Additional Payments Fund scheme as a government-managed fund scheme with the purpose of centralising, monitoring and managing the funding for police force liabilities arising out of the new scheme. Those funds will be invested into one fund via the Self-Insurance Fund Special Deposit Account and Treasury Managed Fund Investment Portfolio that is managed by T Corp. So it will be subject to the same contributions and transfer framework. I don't believe so, but I would have to confirm that.
Well, each of the other funds were brought into one fund as a result of legislation, were they not?
Yeah, but I think it just operates in the same way that the Treasury Managed Fund does, in that the police force provide those, as a sole beneficiary, provide the annual contributions to ensure full funding of the liabilities out of that scheme.
So just again, who is managing claims for EPSS?
It says the New South Wales Police Force, as the sole scheme beneficiary, will be responsible for making annual contributions to the, just get my acronyms right, to the Police Additional Payments Fund scheme to ensure full funding of liabilities.
Right, so who is currently managing the claims for EPSS?
That'd be a question for iCare.
Yeah, so the scheme's only just started. I understand the police will make those, because they're top-ups to the workers' comp payments.
Yep.
So iCare continues to manage the workers' compensation payments. Police will manage the top-up payments. iCare will manage the liabilities and the fund, and will collect the contribution to cover those.
Okay. Can I ask this? What percentage of claims on the EPSS since the 1st of October are for psychological injuries? Do we know that?
I don't have that. I'll see if I can get.
Are you ready to go? Rebecca. So what involvement does iCare have in the wellbeing initiatives? You may have answered this in respect of a question that Ms Boyd asked you previously. Having wellbeing initiatives under the new Health, Safety and Wellbeing Command of the New South Wales Police. There's a new command, is there not? Yes? No? No,
I
we don't
can't
know.
add anything to it. I can get back to you unless Tony's able to.
Take that, that one on notice. Ms Boyd,
Thank
20
you.
minutes.
Can I ask a few questions around the mutual bargaining policy from 2023? Is that probably you, Mr Draper?
Yeah.
Or you, Ms Dobbins?
Yes.
Yes,
either,
yep.
please.
Okay, let's go. So I was just checking back with the legislation and sort of how much was included in there and then how much has kind of been expanded on in the 2023 policy. I'm particularly interested in what counts as an enhancement to productivity for these purposes in terms of being something that an agency would then consider within the mutual bargaining. So in 5.2.2, there's a discussion there about productivity and efficiency improvements, including changes to work practices, work systems, etc., which provide demonstrable enhancements to the delivery of services to the public. And then there's reference in 5.2.3 to labour, equipment, technology and natural resources. Is there anything else? Are there any other bits of guidelines or policy anywhere that then go on to explain how to quantify those productivity enhancements, or exactly which ones can be counted, or is this sort of this all we have for guidance?
So, yes, the primary piece of guidance is the fair pay and bargaining policy. There's also a productivity unit within Treasury who have provided some guidance to agencies. I'm sorry, I don't have that in front of me. And we also work with agencies and assist them to work with unions to identify examples of productivity or efficiency or service improvements as part of these ongoing conversations throughout the life of instruments.
Yeah. So are you able to provide on notice the pieces of guidance that have been issued from the productivity unit to agencies, or are they specific to particular negotiations?
No, I'm sure I can work with Treasury to provide whatever guidance has been issued to the sector.
That would be really useful. And does it include, are there any limits, for example, on whether or not the productivity gain comes from something that would be on the recurrent expenses side of the budget or something that would be capital expenditure? Are there any sort of overarching principles that would preclude one of those?
No. So, as you know, in the public sector, it's notoriously difficult to measure productivity because of the nature of the work that the sector does. So it's a deliberately not too specific definition around productivity or enhancement or service delivery improvement. And we worked very closely with the agency, the union, and also the Treasury to try and work out what value that might have, and it might be a specific cost saving, but it might be a more general service improvement or a less quantifiable productivity improvement that wouldn't preclude it from consideration.
So, for example, if I had, say I'd identified a particular back office system that could be improved in a certain way that was going to then reduce the amount of time spent having to do a particular thing or the amount of money spent on external contractors or whatever. And that productivity gain was, say, a $20 million efficiency gain over 1 year, but then we were bargaining in relation to, say, a 3-year wages conditions deal. So would there be a limit on including that gain in productivity to count the 20 million across 3 years, or would I have to say that that 20 million could only count against that first year? Is there any guidance around that restricts that?
There's not a restriction on that, no, but the more fulsome answer would be it depends on the nature of that improvement or efficiency or productivity enhancement. We would expect, and government would expect, that agencies do improve their systems and processes over time as a matter of course, so you wouldn't get to count all those improvements. They wouldn't all necessarily apply to wage increases as part of bargaining. So, for example, if an agency made changes to a form to make it more user-friendly, more customer-friendly, we would say that that is a thing that they should be doing as a matter of course. But if it were a significant improvement that would be achieved in the life of the agreement, if it were in year one, it could be applied to the first year of a 3-year offer, or it might be spread over the life of the agreement if it was something that would take some time to implement. So it's not granularised into very hard and fast rules. It's for the Cabinet to consider when proposals are brought to it what that enhancement is and how it could be applied to an offer above the baseline.
Okay, so if I was in a union and I came to you and I said, I've identified that we can save $20 million with this particular thing, so the process then is that goes to the productivity unit to check that calculation, or how does that step work?
So I'm not sure it goes specifically to the productivity unit, but it is certainly that proposal is costed and interrogated within Treasury, and Treasury provide advice to the agency and to the Cabinet.
Okay, and if there's then a dispute about how much that productivity really should be counted for, is there a mechanism for resolving that, or is it sort of just a matter of that goes into the bargaining and the agency just says, well, sorry, that's all we're giving you credit for?
Well, in the first instance, that's what would happen, but ultimately you could go to either the Industrial Relations Commission or the Fair Work Commission if you couldn't come to an agreement, if the union held a view that enhancement or improvement hadn't been valued sufficiently and wasn't contributing enough to a wages offer. Either commission in either jurisdiction could look at that issue and make a judgment.
Okay, but there's definitely nothing excluding something that comes from the CapEx side of things being included within these negotiations?
Not to my knowledge, but that advice is not industrial relations advice provided by us, it's more the advice provided by the Treasury.
The idea of labour, I guess, reductions being an enhancement to productivity, there's some concern in some quarters that is sort of calling on workers to identify fellow workers that aren't as efficient, and it's a bit doge. It's a bit sort of, here we go, these people aren't doing as much job as others. If we offer them up, we'll all get a pay rise. Has that labour aspect come in terms of labour, basically labour cuts being required in order to get agreement on wages and conditions in any of the cases so far?
I'm not aware of labour cuts being proposed from the government or agency side, but certainly these kinds of ideas have come up within mutual gains bargaining. But it's not a usual course for the government to put that on the table.
No, but it's sort of incentive. I guess that's the fear, is that if you have, unless a broad range of things can be considered, things that you make a big saving in year one, but maybe not continuously, or you make a big saving on the CapEx side, but not the recurrent funding side. As an onlooker looking in, the fear is that then you're basically incentivising workers to go and identify other workers to be on the chopping block in order to then get a fair wages and conditions for other people, which is why I said it's a bit doge. You know, it's Elon Musk asking, what have you tell us the top 5 things you did last week. So I think that's the concern there. So if it was proposed, then if a union was to come and say, look, you know, we've identified that these people could potentially lose their jobs, is consideration given from the government side then around how that would work in terms of job losses and more, I guess, a more impact on the rest of the economy outside of that particular? Is it discounted in some way, that offer, because it's, you know, clearly going to result in job losses? Is there any consideration given to that?
I think that would go to the deliberations that they have in the ERC. But certainly it's all balanced across what would be the saving, what would be the efficiency, and if one of the suggestions were job losses, I imagine the government would take all those factors into consideration. It's certainly not the intent of the policy to drive that perverse outcome, but there's no doubt that that is an efficiency you could put up under the fair pay and bargaining policy.
It's more people with saying it's very unlikely that someone's going to come to us and say cut jobs. It's more likely they're going to say you could merge these processes or change a process that will deliver efficiency, but the inevitable outcome of that is that by being more efficient you might need less people to do it. We do have a mobility policy in the public service, so where people are displaced, our first step is to try and see where they might be relocated within the public service where there's demand. And that's something that we've worked with unions on implementing that's been reasonably successful so far.
Thank you. Have there been any external parties appointed to consultants or the like to give advice on this negotiation and framework?
As in the fair pay and bargaining policy?
Yeah, just generally in terms of how that was developed. Were there any consultants or other parties involved?
I'm trying to recall. No consultants. There may have been recommendations by the Industrial Relations Task Force right after this government was elected that might have contributed to the development of the policy, but I'd have to take on notice whether the task force recommendations went specifically to the policy, but no external consultants that I'm aware of, unless Ms. Rizzo.
No. Okay, thank you. Are you able to give me an up-to-date legal costs figure for the CRU dispute? I did ask in the House in February and I was given a figure, but it didn't appear to me to involve all of the legal advice, maybe just the court costs. Are you able to give us the full?
No, so in the rail dispute, there's two different legal aspects. The rail agencies seek legal advice and have their own lawyers, and where the Minister appears in matters, we seek the support of the Crown Solicitor's office.
Okay.
While that dispute's on foot, I don't have the costs in front of me, but I can certainly take the Crown Solicitor's costs question on notice.
Okay.
But you'd need to go to the rail agencies and transport for the costs of their proceedings.
Okay, which is probably what I got out of Mr. Graham in the previous sitting. Okay, so we're only getting sort of that part of it, not the other half or the other amount that is being spent.
I'd say that the transport element would be the lion's share of it. Okay,
all right, thank you. Can I also ask, just in terms of the interaction with the IR Minister, there's a lot of discussion in this policy about portfolio ministers seeking the concurrence of the Minister for Industrial Relations on all decisions, sort of being updated periodically. How does that work in practice? It seems like a lot of this is being run out of the Premier's office or the Premier's department. how often is the Industrial Relations Minister brought in on these matters? So, for instance, with the CRU dispute, how often is the Industrial Relations Minister consulted, and at what sort of minutiae, I guess, at what sort of level in terms of the bargaining?
So it's different for different disputes. As you know, under the policy, when things go to the Cabinet or decisions are made about taking legal proceedings, they need to seek the Minister's concurrence. And so that's happened in accordance with the policy. But I would say the Minister is frequently updated in relation to the progress of disputes, including in relation to the rail dispute. That can be informal because of the fast pace of things, or via briefings from ourselves. And we provide advice and support to both the Minister and the Premier.
Okay.
Out of the Premier's department in relation to industrial relations.
So again, something like a proposal from the unions for X amount of productivity gains that then gets considered by Cabinet as a whole? Is that the sort of way?
It's actually by the Expenditure Review Committee of
by
Cabinet.
the ERC. Okay, so it gets considered by the ERC, and at what level does the Industrial Relations Minister get involved there?
So as per the Fair Pay and Bargaining Policy, there's a two-stage process of going to ERC. The first is to identify interest areas, and the Minister for Industrial Relations provides concurrence in relation to that submission. And then at the point where bargaining parameters are agreed and offers are to be made, again, the Minister provides concurrence in any submissions to the ERC, and that's set out in the policy.
Okay, but the sort of to and fro, the everyday to and fro of, you know, a meeting on the Friday afternoon that doesn't go well, and then on the Saturday there's another offer made by, or another sort of ambit claim made by the unions, is the Industrial Relations Industrial Relations Minister consulted at, you know, do we take this seriously? Are we interested in progressing this particular offer from the unions, or like, is it at every level, or is there a bit of, you know, decisions get made and they go back to the unions and say, no, we're not accepting this, and then they get to a point where they feel they can take it to the RC, and that's the point that they get the Minister involved?
So the policy sets out the formal points for the Minister's involvement. You'd probably have to ask her the detail of how often she's involved in those more informal updates and provide advice. And she's not a bargaining representative nor the employer. So she doesn't provide any approval or it's a concurrence, as I say, when there's formal parts of the process, and the rest is a point in time provision of advice.
So, I'm sorry, I'm labouring. I'm really trying to understand how this works. So if there's a moment where the unions say, look, we're putting up this amount of productivity sort of claims, whatever you want to call it, we think it's worth, say, 100 million. Who makes the decision to then come back and say, well, actually, we're only valuing that at 60 or at 10, or actually we don't accept that as a productivity improvement
Ultimately,
at
it's
all?
the ERC.
So that has to go to the ERC as a whole?
In terms of putting formal offers to unions, yes.
But in terms of the agreeing on what the value of that productivity efficiency or improvement would be?
I'm trying not to disclose the
right.
considerations of, but under the policy, the component parts of that offer, including how an enhancement above the baseline was valued, would go to all the ERC members, yes.
Yeah, but as a kind of concluded thing, as opposed to I guess I'm trying to understand the negotiation over the value of that productivity improvement before it gets to a point where we go, no, we think we've got a deal. But at that moment where it's where there's like, no, you can't have that one, but you can have that one? Who's
So
making those
in practice,
decisions?
really, you've got the employer, as Ms Dobbins has been talking about. The employer in the relevant case is having dealings with the unions and the bargaining representatives. Where it's a proposition is put that there are savings to be had that they can help deliver. As Ms Dobbins has said, where they would normally seek the advice, and we would certainly seek the advice of Treasury to put a number on that. And that can be tested. That can be tested by the agency. There have been times when we've been really transparent with unions, so they can test that as well and form a degree of confidence around that. But that's all happening at a sort of a officials level. And then ultimately, as is usual, officials provide advice to cabinet committees who can make approvals.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Draver and Mr. Dobbins. Mr. Tudhope, over to you.
Mr. Farquharson, can I just return to the enhanced police support scheme? What is the return to work rate currently for claimants under the enhanced police support scheme?
Can tell you is that it's very early in the workings of the new scheme. The annual contribution, I can give you that number, and I can talk
There are
about...
different markers that you would use.
Yes. From a performance perspective, because that's what you're getting at, return to work, I don't have those with me. If Tony has them, he can provide that, otherwise we can get back to you on that. Tony?
Just 1 second. So, Mr. Tudhope, I don't have up-to-the-minute return to work rates for police with me. I've got the most recent published full results for police, which for psychological injuries, I'll use a 13-week working rate was 26.8%, physical 13-week working rate was 90.8%. The way the EPSS works, though, it's not a workers' compensation payment. It's like it's a top-up or an income protection type payment that replaces the PBRI. So it sits alongside but separate to workers' compensation.
Yes. But they are still managed in many respects like a workers' compensation claim.
Yes, they are, and they're managed by New South Wales Police.
And what percentage of the claims on the support scheme since the 1st of October 2024 are for psychological injury?
I'll have to get the statistics. Oh, here we go. Since the 1st of October, there has been 1,340 police workers' compensation claims lodged. 1,100 of those are for physical claims and 240 of those are for psychological claims.
Good.
It's not... Oh, sorry.
Yeah, okay.
I was going to say, it's not... These claims, though, are workers' compensation claims. They don't necessarily progress to a EPSS scheme. A lot of them will. So I can't distinguish between EPSS numbers within them.
And if I was to ask you to compare that to the TMF rates, are they better, worse, similar?
Compare the return to work rates? Well, if I look at the 13-week return to work rate across the TMF for psychological claims, it's 43.4%. So yes, it's materially worse than the TMF as a whole.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Rizzo, I have some questions for you now, and I don't know whether you would like to come to the front table.
I might go to the hot seat.
The hot seat. Well, it may turn out that way.
Gosh.
And it's Rizzo.
I beg your pardon? Rizzo. Thank you for correcting me, Chair. Was there some reason you knew that?
Because I said the same thing. So we get it right.
It's Rizzo, like the double Z in pizza. It's a hard one.
Well, it's like the problem I have that people keep calling me Tudor, and there's no R in Tudor.
That's not what they call you.
Yeah, they call me a lot of other things too. Rizzo, did you provide any advice to the Minister or any other agency relating to the prospect of commencing a 424 application against the protected industrial actions which were being conducted by the Electrical Trades Union?
No, I conveyed advice received from other lawyers.
Who were those lawyers?
Mr Tudor-Hope, did you say the ETU industrial action in the energy bargaining or the rail bargaining?
In the energy bargaining and to the extent that it also flows on to the rail bargaining?
So in the energy bargaining, there was no advice with respect to a 424 prospects.
Did anyone ever ask for that advice?
In the energy agencies, I believe they obtained advice.
Where did they get that from?
I'm unaware. In terms of the rail bargaining, I conveyed the advice to the Minister for Industrial Relations, that advice we obtained from the Crown Solicitor's Office.
And there were a number of applications under Section 424 in relation to the rail dispute.
That's correct.
Were there not? And was before the decision to proceed to the actual 424 application in December, when it was also accompanied by a 426 application, if I recall, was any advice ever sought prior to that date in relation to the potential for a 424 application in relation to the protected industrial action being conducted by the rail unions?
I'll just have to look at the chronology for a moment.
Sure.
Yes, there was. Yes, there was.
So, who was that provided to?
If it was advice that we sought on behalf of the Minister for Industrial Relations from the Crown Solicitor, that would have been provided to the Minister for Industrial Relations in terms of her standing. Advice obtained by the rail agencies would have been a matter for the rail agencies.
When was a decision made to employ lawyers outside, the decision to employ Kingston Reid to conduct litigation on behalf of the government, who was that made by?
The rail agencies.
Was your advice sought in relation to that?
No.
One of the actions taken by the government was a federal court action for an injunction against for a declaration from the federal court in relation to the combined rail unions that their protected industrial action was invalid. Was that litigation conducted by?
I might just refer to the chronology. Mr Tudor-Hope, are you referring to the application where the rail agency sought an injunction in the first instance? Yes, okay. So, I'm sorry, but could you repeat your question?
Well, I just wondered, was that action taken using Kingston Reid, or was it taken by the government?
Kingston Reid. Kingston Reid.
And the cost of taking that action, are you aware of that?
I'm not.
That would be available from the rail agency, and I think Ms Boyd asked about that. Whose budget does it come out of? Does it come out of the rail agency budget?
That's right, yes.
And the CRU's application, which is now on foot in respect of the single interest employer authorisation to include light rail as part of the single interest employer with Sydney Trains and New South Wales Trains Link, is the New South Wales government opposing or supporting that application?
A position hasn't been determined by government yet, as far as I'm aware.
Who will make that decision?
That would be a matter for the...
Who would make the recommendation? Would you be making that recommendation?
Certainly the rail agencies would formulate a view in consultation with the Premier's department, and Minister Graham would consult with the Minister for Industrial Relations pursuant to the fair pay bargaining policy, as it would be a matter, an important industrial relations matter.
One of the things that the government did was to, as part of the negotiations with the union, was to go to the union membership generally to put its position in respect of the offer which had been made to the union directly to the employees. Are you aware of that?
Yes, in January.
In January. Were you involved at all in relation to the preparation of seeking the views of the membership?
No, I was aware that that was going to be done, but no, I wasn't.
Are you aware that the offer which was put to the member did not in fact include a marked up copy of the proposed agreement?
Yes, I'm aware.
Would you agree with me that if a marked up copy had been provided, then it would have disclosed this issue relating to the $4,500 clause which the government was surprised by, and which the union maintains was part of the enterprise agreement which would carry forward?
I would agree with that.
Yes, and the failure to provide a marked up copy led to, in many respects, a circumstance where this issue only became a live issue at a later date.
Mr. Tudor, do you mind if I just say,
Yeah.
I think the idea that I think it's unfair to characterise it as a failure to do something. It would be extraordinarily unusual to present a marked up copy of an EA which amounts to many hundreds of pages to the workforce. That would be extremely unusual.
And I don't think it's fair to ask Ms Rizzo to speculate and provide an opinion.
Well, Mr. Draper, you said this would be extremely unusual to provide a marked up copy of the enterprise agreement as a part of a negotiation with the employees as to whether they accepted.
Certainly at that stage, when you're making an in-principle offer, that when you're at that stage of negotiation, it would be probably not only unusual but highly provocative to do that.
Had the union ever, in fact, asked for that to be done?
I can't answer that.
Ms Dobbins, are you aware whether the union had asked for that to be done?
I'm not aware, sorry, but at the point where an employer offer would be put to the employees,
Yep.
Under the proper process under the Fair Work Act, as part of that process there would be a marked up copy or a draft of the EA. This was just an initial high-level communication to employees to say this is the high-level parts of the rail agency offer.
Well, if in fact you had made reference in the offer to a marked up copy on a website or wherever that could be examined by the employees, was that ever done?
I'm not aware of a marked up copy appearing anywhere, no, but at the point where if it goes down this path and is put to employees, that's where you would see a copy of the draft.
But this was put to employees, wasn't it? It was directly put to 5,000 employees, the government's
I'd just
offer.
say, Mr. Tudor, of course, a marked up copy of an EA of many hundreds of pages wasn't published on a website for people to trawl through in the midst of an industrial dispute. That would be utterly counterproductive. It's not in line with the types of practices that we use to conclude EAs. That is done when you get to that point when you're putting it to a formal vote of the employees for subsequent approval by the Fair Work Commission.
But it
we
was
were
never
just nowhere near that. We were
characterised.
just nowhere near that stage.
The offer which was being made to the individual members was never characterised as a high-level offer.
Well,
it was characterised as an offer to the employees. So we were at that stage where we were seeking the approval of the employees.
No, that's not true.
Could I just add, it was characterised as an update. It was simply an update as to where conciliation meetings had reached.
What was it characterised as a final offer?
No, it was. Sorry, I'm actually reading from the update.
That's okay.
It was for information. It was information. It was an update, conciliation meetings, and EA offer. I don't believe it was characterised as a final offer. The rail agencies and combined rail unions have been in conciliation at the Fair Work Commission over recent days. As a result, we have presented our offer of improved pay and conditions to the rail unions. And then it summarises it. It certainly wasn't a comprehensive final offer.
So when was the government first ever aware that the union was also claiming, or the rail agency, the combined rail unions were also seeking the $4,500 sign-on fee?
I should say, Mr. Tudor, there's actually been quite a lot of evidence given on this at the Fair Work Commission, if you care to read those transcripts. So Ms Fatima Abbas gave evidence on that a week or two ago when we had the 425 hearings, and so did Mr Warnes, who's the Secretary of the RTBU. So that's probably your best reference point to get that information.
Did Mr Warnes make any observations in relation to a marked up copy of the agreement during his evidence?
I don't recall, but I'm sure you'll find it on the transcript.
I think I will. Ms Rizzo, there was a 418 application made to the Fair Work Commission in response to the high rate of non-attendance by Sydney Trains crew on Friday the 14th of February. Do you recall that?
I do.
And that action was unsuccessful, was it not?
That's correct.
Did you provide advice in relation to that 418 application?
I didn't, no.
You didn't?
No.
Do you know who did provide that advice?
The rail agencies were represented by Kingston Reid, so Kingston Reid would have provided that prospects advice if one, I assume one was sought.
There were, I anticipate I already know the answer, but you were unable to tell me what the cost of that failed application was?
That's right.
There were two 424 applications, and I alluded to earlier a 426 application, which were made prior to Christmas and New Year's Eve. The 424 applications were designed to stop the protected industrial action because of the potential conflict and the impact on New Year's Eve celebrations in the Sydney CBD.
That's right.
And in fact, did you provide evidence, or was evidence provided in those proceedings about the economic damage which was asserted in the Minister's 426 application?
It formed part, it was alluded to, and it formed part of the evidence that was filed on behalf of the Minister.
Is that information generally available?
It was evidence filed in those proceedings. The proceedings didn't progress to a hearing, so they weren't tendered as exhibits. So they're not publicly available.
Would you be prepared to make those available?
I would need to get legal advice.
On making that
I should say, Mr. Tudor, it's not Ms Rizzo's call to do that. So much of that information is actually the responsibility of other agencies.
Well, can I just confirm that you were involved in instructing in relation to that matter, were you not?
Yes, on behalf of the Minister for Industrial Relations.
So to the extent that evidence was prepared in those proceedings, being the economic impact of the protected industrial action, that was prepared by or in conjunction or with your oversight?
Yes.
Who was the deponent to that evidence?
From recollection, I believe it was a solicitor at the Crown Solicitor's office. It was a consolidated piece of evidence. The case wasn't based solely on the economic harm threshold.
But there was evidence being provided on the economic harm, was there not?
That's my recollection.
Was it provided by someone who was an economist?
No.
As to the economic impact?
No. The basis of the 424 and 426 in December was more the welfare and wellbeing limb of the provisions.
Well, there was subsequently a 424 application in January again, was there not?
Yes.
Did you, on that, I think that was the 16th of January?
Yes, that's right. Yes, that's right.
And were you responsible for collating and providing evidence in relation to those proceedings?
I was peripherally involved. I wasn't responsible for it.
In those circumstances, did you obtain economic evidence in respect of those proceedings, of the impact of the protected industrial action?
It formed part of the consideration, but it wasn't the sole basis of the case. It didn't form the main part of the evidence again.
But it was a significant. What do you
ask your question?
It was a significant component of the case being made out by the government of economic impact.
I would have to refresh. Could I turn to my notes, please?
It might be best to take it on notice, given that we have to go. You're asking for Ms. Rizzo to recall all the evidence was compiled in quite a complicated case.
Well, no, I'm just asking you whether economic evidence was provided.
We certainly didn't have an economist as a witness, but there would have been a component of evidence relating to the economic impact, but I will take it on notice.
Well,
thank you, Ms. Rizzo. There's about 8 minutes left each, so we'll have a question or two each.
Great, thank you. If I could just come back on this bargaining policy again. So I'm just looking again at 5.2.2, and it talks about these productivity efficiency improvements, providing demonstrable enhancements in the delivery of services to the public, that emerged during bargaining. Can you just confirm, does that then preclude any other sorts of efficiency reforms that have occurred prior to bargaining from being included at all in these discussions?
No, it doesn't preclude.
Okay.
Preclude that.
So things like, for example, the government's savings from not using as many contractors and or not using as many consultants and using more in-house, that sort of saving, could that then be included in bargaining in terms of, you know, you've saved this many or this much in the recent past, so can we, like, what is the limit on what you can include?
The productivity improvements or service improvements need to be improvements that the workforce are making.
Okay.
So a government election commitment to reduce reliance on consultants and contractors might be a saving to the budget, it might be a saving to government.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that a union could argue that those savings were attributable to the workforce.
Okay. Something though, like the, I guess that's the same as like senior executive headcount reductions and things like that.
That's right.
When the police force pay offer was announced, there was a clear link between, they talk about the reform being achieved under the mutual gains bargaining framework, and then they talk about it being funded by reforms to police insurance. But of course, police insurance, that was something that the Labor, when they were in opposition, were wanting to change and had been long on the cards. That's not been identified by the workers. That was something that made good sense to do. So why was that then included within the police bargaining?
I wasn't heavily involved in the police bargaining, but I understand two things. One was that as part of the police mutual gains bargaining, the issue had been put on the table by the police association, and also some of these decisions of what can be applied to wage increases and what can't are government decisions.
Yeah, okay. So they're more policy, or I guess kind of Yeah, it's confusing when the police get the benefit of something which, and again, that's a reform that has nothing to do with what the police actually do. It's not a productivity reform, and yet they were entitled to claim that
I think
as
it's more
part
a
of
question
their
of
bargaining.
can that saving and that efficiency be achieved without the agreement and the support of the workforce and the union? If it can't be achieved without that agreement, then it's probably within scope. But if it's something the government can achieve, like you mentioned,
Yeah.
senior executive service reductions, the government can get on and do that, doesn't need workforce agreement or the agreement of unions to do that.
You didn't need police workforce agreement to change that policy, though, did you? That was an act of parliament.
Which part of it are you talking about?
So I remember it going through, but with a bill. I spoke to it. It's the reforms. Now, let me remind myself. Is funded by reforms to police insurance, 697.6 million. Yeah, investment. There you go. And I remember that we passed a provision. And apologies, I can't access that bit of my brain that's going to. Oh, it's the one that had the private insurer. We saved like 700 million a year.
I'm not sure that's right.
Well, okay, we can maybe argue over that, but that passed.
It may have required legislation to deliver the outcome, but it couldn't have been done without the agreement of the workforce and the union.
Okay, we might have to come back to that.
Because it goes very fundamentally to their
Seems
work conditions.
quite arbitrary.
Thank you, Mr. Draper. Mr. Chu de Hope.
Okay. Can I just return, Ms. Rizzo, to the 424 application? I was asking you about who was the deponent to the affidavit, for want of a better word, I think it probably is an affidavit, in the Fair Work Commission relating to the economic / other aspects of the claim. Who was that deponent?
I'll have to take that on notice. I should be able to answer that after our afternoon tea adjournment.
Thank you. You were in the process of saying that the economic impact was not the main component of the application. What was the other component of the application?
I would also have to take that on notice and review the affidavit and application.
Because I think you identified public safety as being a significant component of the pre-New Year one. What was the other components, which were...
I think you've taken on notice.
I might have to take that on notice just to provide you the absolute correct answer.
Ms. Rizzo, why were the 424 applications both withdrawn?
They were withdrawn because both the RTBU and the ETU and the unions withdrew and provided undertakings to the Commission on the morning of the hearing that essentially ensured that there would be no disruptive protected industrial action. It was a comprehensive undertaking. It was also an undertaking by the RTBU not to ever re-notify the types of protected industrial action that were the subject of the particular 424 application that was before the Commission.
And yet in February we were faced with almost identical problems, were we not? With protected industrial action.
They weren't identical problems. The biggest impacts in February were the result of absences from work. They weren't notified in protected industrial actions. They were absences from work, largely characterised as sick leave. That's not a protected industrial action.
Due respect, Mr. Draper, I think that's a wrong analysis. But,
no, I think that's quite correct. And I think if you read the transcript of the Fair Work Commission hearing, you'll find that that's held up in their findings.
Well, at the time that the action was taken by the government under section 418, I think it is. the circumstances were that the union had notified protected industrial action relating to reducing the speed with which trains were travelling in 80-kilometre areas by 23 kilometres per hour. Was that not the case?
Yes, it was a very different type of action to that which was...
And in those circumstances, the government then issued 471 notices, did they not?
The rail agencies did.
The rail agencies issued 471 notices.
Yes.
In respect of drivers that took that action or other in protected industrial action that they would not be paid.
I'm not sure about other, but certainly with respect to the go slow action. And that was because of the operational impact to the network.
Do you have a copy of the notification by the rail agencies to their workers in respect of the impact of taking protected industrial action?
Not on me. I've seen it before, but no, I don't have it today.
Would you have a copy available if I asked you to be able to table a copy of that letter, that notice?
We can take that on notice.
Thank you, Ms Dobbins. Well, the time being 3:32, we'll now have a recess for 13 minutes. There's some afternoon tea and then reconvene.
Yeah, keep going. Yeah. Just checking that we've got enough questions.
Everyone, time being 3:45, we will recommence with questions from Ms Boyle.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to come back to the questions I was asking the Minister in relation to workers' compensation changes. Is that you, Mr Head, I think, maybe?
That would very much depend on what the questions are.
Given that fair enough.
Treasury, DCS, CIRA, iCare all do different things in this space.
So I'm particularly interested in the changes that the Treasurer explained had begun being consulted on internally, and talked about there had been some modelling done. I'm curious as to exactly what is being modelled and where we're up to, who's been consulted, that kind of thing.
That's more a question for Ms Campbell than...
Yeah, thank you. I'm happy to take the question. So, yes, there has been a range of options that have been modelled with input from Treasury, iCare, CIRA and DCS, as Mr Head said. But as the Minister flagged this morning, Ms Boyd, those are all options that are yet to be any decisions from government.
So there's been internal consultation. Has there been any external consultation?
Not to my knowledge at this time, Ms Boyd.
Okay. Is there a task force or a working group leading those changes?
Internally, yes, there are working groups working on those options for government.
Okay. Do you know when a bit of legislation is anticipated? Is a bill already drafted?
There is work underway, Ms Boyd, but the Treasurer and his office are taking the lead on the consultation plan for external consultation, and I'm sure you can ask him those questions when he's here before the committee on Wednesday.
I'm sure I will. Thank you. Are there any, I'm sure you're going to say no, but are there any sort of terms of reference or anything that you can share that the people sort of directing the modelling have been looking at?
No, not at this stage, Ms Boyd.
Okay. Can I ask, I guess it's hard to talk about in a vacuum, but there has been concerns raised because of the Premier's comments in relation to psychosocial claims that perhaps the claims coverage for that will be reduced. Given the safe work policy, sorry, let me just find the right one, was only came out last year, I think, in relation to work to reduce the incidence of, what am I looking at? Here we go. Psychological health and safety strategy 24 to 26 for safe work. Given that that's only just come out, will consideration be given to allowing that sort of preventative work to take effect before we make
I
any
would
changes?
say broadly the government is looking at a reform package in sort of three broad categories. One is absolutely prevention. The second is around the psychological injury, and the third is looking at administrative streamlining, and it is having regard to recommendations obviously of the Law and Justice Committee, some recommendations from McDougall, and obviously some of the government's election commitments as part of a sort of total package.
Okay. Perhaps I could come to you then, Mr Curtin. The psychological health and safety strategy that came out last year, to what extent is, I guess, this being implemented in terms of, are you getting enough resources? What is it looking like at this point?
So the psychological health and safety strategy that we launched last year comes off the back of a prior strategy around mentally healthy workplaces, which had a range of successful outcomes in terms of raising awareness and lifting capability in organisations across New South Wales. The current strategy takes a different approach. It continues with support for small and medium businesses. We have $5.65 million allocated for programs for small and medium businesses. And then it takes a stronger compliance approach for those larger and well-resourced organisations. So part of our current approach for inspectors is that when they attend an organisation has more than 200 employees, they will always undertake a psychological health and safety strategy compliance check. And so we'll continue to, improve compliance in larger organisations and support small and medium organisations with those programs that are supported by that funding.
Okay. There's a note in the strategy that you sort of learn and progress as you go. So as you're getting more information about particularly risky industries or sectors that further resources might be rolled out, have you got any of that feedback in yet? And has there been any sort of targets towards particular industries or areas where the trends are showing that we need to be doing more?
Yeah, the strategy particularly calls out a focus on public administration and safety healthcare and social assistance, and education and training sectors, whilst psychological health and safety needs to be picked up across all industries and all sectors. They're the areas we're targeting in the first instance to try and provide additional support and to make sure we see increased compliance in those particular areas.
Okay. So it's a bit too early to see sort of how we're going with that, and obviously it's until 2026 is the plan. Are there any, I guess, in terms of tangible outcomes, do you have a sort of a target rate of, like, you know, stabilising the rate of psychological injuries, or is there something that we are then monitoring that against?
Yeah, we're monitoring a few things at the same time. One of the things we're monitoring is the number of requests for service we're receiving and workplace incidents. As awareness increases and people reach out to us as an opportunity to support better compliance, we're seeing an increase in those requests for service and workplace incidents. So last year we had an increase of 31% of requests for service for psychological health and safety matters, and an increase of 25% of workplace incidents. So there's greater awareness in the workforce, and there's people calling for Safe Work to come in and provide support in those situations.
Okay. Do you have a, are you able to tell us then the sort of top 10 industries in terms of requests for service, or is there anything that's come back so far?
I'd have to take that on notice. So we're, you know, the strategy calls out making sure that we are increasing compliance consistently. So where we've visited a workplace, we want to make sure that for 80% of those workplaces we revisit, that there's sustained compliance. It's not about just being compliant on a one-off occasion. It's about sustaining that. Making sure we're increasing inspector compliance, so that shift towards inspector focus by 25% by 2026. We want to make sure that we've got these 125,000 workplaces that are mentally healthy under that supported funding arrangement. So we have not done a review of the program as yet, but we're seeing some significant increase in activity there.
So, and that's the 25% you just mentioned is the increased planned inspector compliance visits. Is that that figure?
It's a 25% increase of the number of compliance inspections done by Safe Work inspectors from the 2023 figure to 2026.
Okay. And what is staffing looking like at the moment in Safe Work in terms of, I know a little while ago we had a lot of positions needing to be filled. What's the sort of current status?
Yeah, so as part of our restructure, we reprioritised resources towards frontline inspectors. We changed from 370 inspector positions to 418. We reconfigured many of those positions out towards frontline inspectors. We do have vacancies at the moment as a result of that restructuring process, and we've got a recruitment plan in place to start to fill those as quickly as possible. Okay,
thank you. And in terms of that request for service statistics, do you have, can you tell us what the top 5 worst performing agencies are, government agencies, in terms of numbers of requests for service? Do you keep that data?
I'd have to take it on notice.
Yeah, okay. And apologies, I don't know if I asked you for this already, but also an age breakdown, just to get a bit more data around who is requesting, who's putting in requests for service, and what's that looking like in relation to sort of different age groups?
I'll take it on notice. I'm not sure we've got that information, but I'll take it on notice and we'll come back to you.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Can I ask about the changes being proposed to Safe Work under the bill, with the independent sort of making it a standalone regulator? I see that there's reference to appointing a commissioner, and there's also the, what are they called? The advisory council. Thank you. What does that mean in terms of the rest of Safe Work, in terms of the organisational structure? Will everything else still sit within, will people still be employed within DCS, or will it be something that moves over to being within the Commissioner's purview after that?
So Safe Work is currently just a division of DCS. So under these arrangements, it becomes an executive agency in its own right. The Secretary is not the head of that agency. The Commissioner will be the head of that agency. It's a public service appointment, but the minister appoints because it's an agency head position. So
Okay.
It will still be able, as any executive agency can, to enter into arrangements with the department for corporate supports if it so wishes, etc. But it will be an entity in its own right, reporting directly to the minister, not reporting to the secretary.
Okay, so technically workers will have their employer changed, like as part of that process, they will be transferred across to the commissioner.
That is, yes, generally correct. I mean, there are provisions in the GSE Act related to senior executive arrangements where all departmental secretaries still have a role in respect of certain provisions, but by and large everything moves across.
Okay, that's good to know. In terms of then, I guess, physical location, everything else, is the idea that they stay sort of where they are? It's just that sort of lines of responsibility changing?
I think at the moment the focus is on the separation of safe work out of the department. That will be quite a lot for a new organisation, even although it's not a greenfield site as such, they're existing functions. Having set up several agencies, it's still a big thing to be operating in your own right. So I think it'll be at the moment, I think the intention is that people will largely be in the locations they are, given that Safe Work is, it has staff across the state, and in Sydney it has quite a few people in Mackel and people in Parramatta. But ultimately that'll be a matter for the agency going forward in terms of its accommodation arrangements in consultation with the Minister and Property New South Wales.
Yeah. In terms of, I know that in previous reviews, and there have been recommendations made about this, but in terms of, I guess, more significant cultural change within the organisation, what measures are being put in place and sort of how are they tracking? If you could give us some sort of...
So you might want to talk about Safe Work, but I think generally in DCS at the moment there's quite a lot of work going on to support the various entities that were disaggregated from the Better Regulation Division. So there's some work that I and the rest of the departmental executive are leading around culture change, but also responding to issues that people have raised around internal communication, etc. Then there's a specific set of issues I think that Mr. Curtin's leading in relation to getting Safe Work ready for the future.
Yeah, so we've done a range of things over the last year to prepare Safe Work staff for this move to standalone, but to make sure that we meaningfully resolve the concerns that were raised in the Audit Office Performance Report and the McDougall Independent Review to ensure that Safe Work is a strong and robust regulator for the future, and that the staff are supported in the right ways with the right culture and the right capabilities to do the important function that they perform on a day-to-day basis. So we have put in place a transformation team that's been working through across the organisation a range of opportunities to improve culture and capability. We've developed a people and culture action plan that rolls through a few areas, including getting Safe Work staff ready for the transition to standalone, but also making sure that staff are supported with the right development and capabilities. We've been running leadership programs. 60 staff have been through an Elevate leadership program and 100 plan to go this year. One of the key things that we have implemented is to make sure that staff are aligned to the purpose and the priorities of the organisation. For the first time in a while, we've published a 5-year outcomes-based strategy, which is underpinned and supported by an annual regulatory statement. The annual regulatory statement sets out the 5 organisational regulatory priorities for this financial year, and then it also has a range of actions that we're taking to resolve the McDougall Independent Review Report and also the Audit Office outcomes. And a range of other internal process changes to make sure we're prepared for the future. We have managed to resolve 9 out of the 10 Audit Office performance recommendations, which is a great success for the work that the team's been doing on that, and we're moving through the McDougall recommendations at the moment. But importantly, rather than just resolving those recommendations, we're working really hard to make sure that they're embedded and systemic across the organisation. As part of the reform, we've also As well as increasing the number of frontline staff, we've implemented a couple of new functions to make sure we can improve and support our frontline inspectors with consistency of practice and an operational assurance function. So the operational assurance function will serve the role of moving across the organisation from the contact centre through triage, through frontline inspectorate, IDMP and all of the processes to serve as a kind of internal assurance process to make sure we can improve our consistency of practice. Part of the 48 roles that were implemented as our restructure, we reintroduced a supervisory line, which is the team coordinator role.
Mm-hmm.
Many of our managers had widely dispersed teams and also large spans of control with large number of team, which is very difficult for them to supervise them on a day-to-day basis. So the team coordinator is about quality assurance, consistency of practice and health and wellbeing for the staff so that we can improve the consistency of practice across the organisation. So whilst we've been increasing the frontline inspectorate, we've also been increasing the governance and assurance approach for safe work as we prepare for independence. Some of the new mechanisms like the Advisory Council and reporting to Parliament will increase transparency and accountability for the organisation, together with a whole range of stakeholder improvements we've been doing to make sure we're open and transparent about our priorities and how we're going to perform against those priorities will be a significant shift for safe work as we move to an independent agency.
Thank you, that's very useful. Can I ask, and I'm sorry, I don't know if this is you, Mr. Draper, or you, Mr. Head, but or maybe it's neither of you. Obviously, Mr. Farquharson is the interim CEO for iCare, but in terms of the recruitment process, has a new...
That would be me, Ms. Boyd.
That's you, there you go. Thank you, Ms. Campbell. I understand that there was a contract award notice published that's got a $200,000 fee to find the new CEO. Can you tell us a bit more about that process, how many nominees there were, or candidates rather? And
I'm afraid all I can tell you about the process is that it's managed by the iCare board.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So those would be costs that were borne within iCare.
Okay.
And obviously there were some changes to the legislation late last year, as you'd be aware, that then removed the CEO role from the board itself. The Treasury Secretary has now taken up an ex officio role on the iCare board to enable some greater visibility, and the Minister provided concurrence for the iCare CEO appointment.
Okay, all right. So, and when does the new CEO start?
She will start... it was announced on... Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Farquharson would know.
I'm paying attention.
That's right. How many days? Okay, that's good to know. I'm going to leave it there and come back later.
Good.
Mr. Judo.
So, Ms. Rizzo, you were going to see if you could find some material for me over there.
I will have to take her on notice, Mr. Tudor Hope.
That's okay. And that includes the additional grounds that the 424 application was being run
In January.
in January.
Yes.
Do you know that, Ms. Dobbs?
Not off the top of my head, I'm so sorry. I would just say, though, that because the protected industrial action was withdrawn, the matter was never heard.
But it was, once having commenced, it was open for the government not to accept the conditions from the union and proceeded with the action. Was it not? No.
Sorry, can you ask me?
It was open to the government not to have accepted the position being put by the union to compromise, to withdraw for the purposes of withdrawing the 424 application. It was open to them.
I don't think in practical sense that's the case, Mr. Tudor, because when you make an application for a 424 to the Commission, there needs to be some action on foot that you're asking to be terminated. If the unions have withdrawn all the action and given a very broad and strong undertaking to not reinitiate the action, the application has no basis.
Well, I just wonder. bear with me.
I mean, it's a threshold issue in a 424 application that there actually is industrial action underway.
Might have to come back to you in relation to that. Can I just also just come back, and I accept that analysis is probably right. Before we were having some discussion about whether the offer which was circularised to the 5,000 members or employees was a final offer.
It wasn't a formal offer. It was, as Ms Rizzo described, a for information update from the rail agencies to the staff, but it wasn't in the format of a formal or final offer.
Well, would it surprise you to know that that's exactly the way that the Minister described it?
I don't recall that, but certainly in
well, if the Minister described it as the final offer, and this is what you said, this is a final offer from the government, it is fully costed and paid for, but let's be clear here, it is give and take. That sounds to me like a final offer which was being put to the membership.
That's a question you probably should have put to the Minister.
Mr Tudor, who said that?
The former Minister for Transport.
The former one.
Well, I don't think it's fair for Ms Dobbins to comment on.
Well, but would you agree with me that that could be characterised as a final offer?
I can't comment on the former Minister's statement. All I know is it wasn't a formal offer to the staff. It was advised to the staff of the terms of an offer that had been put in conciliation.
So returning to you, in respect of the two withdrawn 424 applications, are you able to tell me what the cost of those was in terms of...
I'm not, unfortunately, no.
Can you take that on notice?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms Rizzo, how many strikes has the government, the Minister Labor government, sought to prevent or halt through applications to the IRC?
I would have to take that on notice as well. I wouldn't be able to give you a number that was accurate just right now. But
could you give me a more than?
I don't think we should guess it.
I wouldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I would have to take that on notice.
Right. And how many of those applications have been successful? Would you know that?
The vast majority.
Have been successful. And the costs of those applications?
I'm sorry, I'd have to take that on notice.
Were there costs awards made in those applications
No.
against the individual unions?
No, it's a no-cost jurisdiction.
Well, in circumstances where there are breaches of orders made by the Industrial Relations Commission, have there any actions been taken in relation to those breaches?
Yes, with respect to breaches, alleged breaches by the Nurses and Midwives Association, there are proceedings that are currently on foot before the Industrial Court.
And there are penalties associated or being sought in relation to those breaches?
Yes, I believe so.
In respect of those penalties and past penalties, does the government seek to prosecute the collection of those penalties from the unions involved?
We would have to wait and see what the outcome is, and I would not want to speculate, but I would assume so.
Now, in your experience, on how many occasions has the government recovered penalties from unions who have had penalties imposed upon them for breaches of orders of the Industrial Relations Commission?
I would have to take that on notice, Mr Tudor.
What is the largest penalty, can you recall, which has been imposed?
I'm sorry, I can't.
No, again, you take that on notice?
Yes, I'll take that on notice.
I asked a series of questions earlier about consultation with the unions as a component of the obligations of government in dealing with the impacts on employees. And I indicated to the Minister that there was at least 3 that I was aware of. Are you aware of any additional proceedings which have been commenced for failure to consult?
I'm not.
I'm sorry?
No, I'm not aware of any
So
additional
were you,
ones.
when I was questioning the Minister, were you aware of the application by the PSA in relation to fisheries employees?
I wasn't, no. Not until I heard about it this morning.
Were you aware of the application by application made by, I think again, the PSA in relation to the EPA employees?
I wasn't aware, no.
And in respect of the application being made by the nurses and midwives, were you aware of that?
Yes, I was aware of that one.
Is that currently on foot?
No, it's been withdrawn. That was resolved. That the dispute with respect to the nurses was resolved.
How was it resolved?
I'd have to refer to my notes if that's okay. I can take it on notice, but it was resolved.
The application was withdrawn, is my recollection.
That's right. There were no functions that were sought to be added to the nurses' responsibilities as a result, the psychiatrists.
I just want to ask some questions about mutual gains bargaining. In total, how many sessions would you consider to be a formal instance of mutual gains bargaining which has been held?
Across the entire sector?
Yes.
I don't think we've got that information in front of us. In several matters, there have been multiple mutual gains bargaining sessions.
Are they formal mutual gains bargaining sessions?
Yes. I mean, they constitute mutual gains bargaining under the Act.
Well, have there been any third-party suppliers of services to conduct those mutual gains bargaining sessions?
In some instances, yes.
Well, how many occasions has that occurred?
I'm just seeing, Mr. Tudorhope, if I've got that in my notes. I'm sorry, I'll have to take that on notice. I've got a list of the agencies and state-owned corporations that have undertaken mutual gains bargaining, and I do know that with the Staff Specialists Award, there was a third-party consultant engaged to undertake that, but I don't know the number, I'm sorry.
Well, are you aware of what payments have been made to third-party suppliers in relation to mutual gains bargaining?
No, but I can take that on notice. It's my understanding that where a mutual gains bargaining expert is engaged, that's paid for by the agency.
So, are you aware of who is providing third-party mutual gains bargaining services?
Ms Ritso is aware of the provider in the staff specialists area. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Clive Thompson.
Clive Thompson.
Clive Thompson.
Clive Thompson. Are there any other firms which have been provided as facilitators of mutual gains bargaining other than Clive Thompson?
Not that I'm aware.
Not that I'm aware either.
So are you able to provide to the committee the costs which have been paid to Clive Thompson in relation to the services which he provides?
I'll have to ask our health colleagues, but I'll endeavour to take that on notice.
And I understand that there is also training available for agencies and unions for the purpose of engaging in mutual gains bargaining.
That's right.
how many unions have engaged in the training programs?
So there have been 12 mutual gains bargaining sessions, during which time a total of 152 public sector industrial relations practitioners and 49 union representatives attended those sessions.
That they are training sessions?
Yes, so they're sessions, training sessions on what mutual gains bargaining is, facilitated from the Resolution Institute via an organisation called CoSolve.
So what was the organisation called?
CoSolve.
How do I spell that?
Capital C-O, capital S-O-L-V-E.
I've heard of it. And the other aspect of the mutual gains bargaining is a facilitation of sessions, and I think I have asked you, you've taken that on notice, how many sessions, facilitation sessions?
Yes, so there's training on sort of, if I can put it this way, on what mutual gains bargaining is in the general, and then there's specific providers of mutual gains bargaining, and we're aware that that's occurred in the staff specialist space.
So if I was to put it to you that notwithstanding the amount of training which has been provided, there hasn't been a great take-up of the use of facilitators for mutual gains bargaining?
Not a great take-up of facilitators, but you don't need a facilitator to undertake mutual gains bargaining. The parties can do that between themselves without the use of a facilitator, which is what happened, for example, between New South Wales Police and the Police Association.
Would it surprise you that generally unions have been a bit disenchanted with the training program which has been provided and have not accepted the opportunity of taking up the use of facilitators?
We did hear some feedback from the early rounds of the training that the unions had some issues with it, and the training was improved and enhanced as a result of that feedback.
Now, I think I asked you previously, Ms. Rizzo, the identity of the person who deposed the affidavits in respect of the 424 applications. Have you been able to establish what?
I'll have to take that on notice as well. I haven't been able to ascertain with any certainty. I'd have to go back and have a look. Can I ask you then, when you are doing that, can you provide me with the details of all persons who provided depositions or statements of evidence in both the 424 application prior to Christmas and the 424 application after Christmas?
Yes.
They are all the questions I have.
They're all the questions you have. Indeed. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Tudor-Hope, and thank you very much to all our witnesses and all the agencies you represent. The Secretariat will be in contact with any questions you took on notice, the documents that you offered to provide at a later date. So thank you very much for your attendance. Thank you very much for the work you do, and on behalf of the people of New South Wales, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.